Chapter 1728. The world changed, time changed, the sun and moon alternated, and time rotated. Time was the most ruthless, and it rotated according to the law. No matter if you were a peerless genius, no matter if you were a hero, under the passage of time, you would be drowned in the rolling history. The stars shifted, the mountains turned into the sea moved, and time alternated. Even the vast sea could turn into land, and the sun, moon, and stars would change positions. Under the push of time, everything would disappear. This was a mountain range, an ordinary mountain range. There were green mountains and clear waters, and the vegetation was flourishing. 3 ancient pines rose from the ground, and the air was filled with the fragrance of plants, making people feel refreshed. Guwa, there's a spirit herb. A young man and a young woman came out from the bushes. The young woman pointed at a stalk of green grass, and her face showed excitement. It's really a spirit herb. The young man also exclaimed, and the two quickly went forward to check. The young man and woman were dressed plainly, and they were obviously villagers at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, they found the spirit herb and cheered, and they carefully picked it. Suddenly, an arm drilled out of the ground. This immediately frightened the young man and woman to the extreme, and they shrieked. Ah, Guwa, there's someone in the soil. The young woman screamed in fear. What kind of demon are you? I, Guwa, am not afraid of you. The young man's face was pale, and he held a small knife in his hand. Although he said he was not afraid, his trembling legs had already betrayed his heart. The soil on the ground was soft, and another arm came out. As the 2 arms slowly supported the ground, a person covered in soil came out. Are you a human or a ghost? The young man was terrified. Where am I? A voice like metal rubbing against metal came out. The person's eyes were deep and confused, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. At this moment, even his voice was very stiff. Guwa, he has a shadow, he's alive. The young woman was smart, and she pointed at the person's shadow and reminded. Maybe it was the young man and woman's voices that made the person gradually wake up. His confused eyes gradually became clear, and his gaze fell on the young man and woman. Dream, or reality? He looked at the young man and woman in front of him. His voice was hoarse and confused, and he was murmuring in his sleep, as if he was judging something. Eternal dream, enlightenment of all laws. Suddenly, his body trembled, and all the soil on his body fell off. His snow-white hair was like the Milky Way in the 9 heavens, his black clothes fluttered without wind, and a pair of perplexed eyes were terrifying. Rumble. The wind and clouds changed, and the heaven and earth were distorted. A terrifying whirlwind of spiritual energy swept through the entire mountain range, causing the 2 youths to lose their balance and fall to the ground. I'm out. I really walked out of the eternal dream. All of a sudden. His eyes gradually became clear, and the halos of reincarnation flickered in his eyes. The feeling of the vicissitudes of time was born, and an indescribable aura was born from him. Yi Xian. He was none other than Yi Xian, who had perished in chaos heavenly punishment in caste eternal dream. Eternal dream, reincarnation of 10,000 lifetimes. Yi Xian did not know how much time had passed. He had been reincarnated time and time again, roaming the eternal dream. It was almost as if he would never wake up. However, Yi Xian finally woke up. He woke up from the eternal dream. What he saw and heard made Yi Xian clearly sense that he had left the eternal dream and had truly woken up from it. Eternal dream, the vicissitudes of time. This dream was very long, so long that Yi Xian almost forgot who he was. However, it was all in the past now. He finally remembered who he was and returned to this real world once again. What year is it today? Yi Xian looked at the young man and woman with a deep gaze and asked the question in his heart. This was because he felt that he had slept for a very, very long time, so long that he had forgotten the concept of time and how many years had passed. Reincarnation of 10,000 lifetimes, eternal dream. Yi Xian's heart was filled with vicissitudes of loneliness because no one knew what he had experienced. It's the sealed sky calendar now. As for the year and month, we don't know either, the young man carefully replied as he looked at the strange person in front of him. Sealed sky calendar. Yi Xian muttered in his sleep as a look of puzzlement flashed across his eyes. This was because he had never heard of such a calendar. However, Yi Xian could tell that the young man and woman in front of him were only children. They naturally did not know what year and month it was. Can you bring me to meet your parents? Yi Xian asked. Ah. The young man and woman looked at each other, then nodded their heads in a simple manner. A small mountain village. This was the name of the village. The people who lived there were mortals. They worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. They had been farming for generations for a living. Come, little brother. Have a bowl of hot soup to get rid of the cold. In a corner of the village, in a mud house. A burly middle-aged man brought Yi Xian a bowl of hot soup with a simple smile on his face. Thank you. Yi Xian took the bowl of hot soup and took a sip. He had not eaten anything from the mortal world for a long time. As soon as the soup entered his mouth, he became slightly intoxicated. Little brother, where are you from? Why have you come to our small mountain village? The middle-aged man asked curiously. Yi Xian did not know how to answer this question. This made him shake his head slightly. Seeing that Yi Xian was silent, the middle-aged man did not continue to ask. He guessed that Yi Xian must have some difficulties that he could not speak of. Excuse me, what year is it today? Yi Xian put down the hot soup and asked the question in his heart. This was because when he woke up from his dream, he found that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him was abundant. It was even more abundant than before he underwent his tribulation. Clearly, a long time had passed. It's the sealed sky calendar now. The middle-aged man had a strange expression. He did not know why Yi Xian would ask such a question that everyone knew. Hearing the word sealed sky calendar again, Yi Xian frowned slightly. This was the second time he had heard these words. I want to ask about the specific year. Please enlighten me. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man again. Little brother, please wait a moment. The middle-aged man hurriedly returned to the inner room. In a few breaths, he returned with a calendar that recorded the year in his hand. As the middle-aged man flipped through the calendar in his hand, he looked up at Yi Xian and said, It's the 11th Yuanhui now. It's the 483,010,000 year of the sealed sky calendar. The 11th Yuanhui. 483,010,000 years. In the next moment, Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. His expression was already frozen, and he could not believe his ears. If he remembered correctly, there were less than 300 million years until the end of the 10th Yuanhui when he underwent his tribulation. However, when he woke up again, it was already the 11th Yuanhui, and 483,010,000 years had passed. Chapter 1729. According to this calculation, he had been sleeping in the eternal dream for 700 million years, which could be considered half a Yuanhui period. More than 700 million years. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He had slept in the dream for half a Yuanhui, and he was now in the 11th Yuanhui. Little brother, what's wrong? The middle-aged man asked. Yi Xian tried his best to suppress his emotions and said in a calm voice, Brother, may I ask which supreme ruler is in the 11th Yuanhui? The Lord of Sealing Heaven. Little brother, where did you come from? You haven't even heard of the Lord of the 11th Yuanhui? The middle-aged man asked in surprise. The Lord of Sealing Heaven. Yi Xian muttered to himself. A deep look flashed through his eyes. Is the Lord of the 11th Yuanhui called Yi Fengtian? Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man and asked. Shu. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the middle-aged man's expression changed. He hurriedly made a shushing gesture to Yi Xian. Little brother, you're too bold. How can you say the name of the Lord of Sealing Heaven so casually? If the people of the sacred hall of life hear it, even if we're both mortals, we'll be punished. The middle-aged man warned with a trembling voice. That's right. This child actually became the supreme ruler of the 11th Yuan Hui and even created his own supreme orthodoxy. I really didn't misjudge him. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He was already certain that Yi Fengtian was the supreme ruler of the 11th Yuan Hui. Hiss. Hearing Yi Xian's disrespectful words again, the middle-aged man sucked in a cold breath and looked at Yi Xian as if he was looking at a madman. Madman. This person must be a madman. At this moment, the middle-aged man was certain that Yi Xian was mentally ill. Otherwise, why would he say such crazy words? Perhaps Yi Xian sensed the middle-aged man's emotions, so he briefly chatted with him. However, he didn't get any useful information. After all, the other party was just a mortal. For him to know what year it was today was already quite good. As for more information, he could only obtain it from cultivators. For example, the burial heaven palace that he had created, as well as the situation of the various utmost powerful beings. How would mortals know about these things? Yi Xian finally bid farewell and left, but before he left behind 2 pills, which could be considered a gift to this mortal family. Central Region, Startling Feather City. The frightening Feather City covered an area of 1,000,000 miles and was a small city inhabited by cultivators. Yi Xian left the small mountain village and entered the frightening Feather City. If he wanted to know the situation of the 11th Eon gathering, a tavern or tea house was undoubtedly the best choice. Even though Yi Xian could go find Yi Xian and go to the Temple of Life himself, he didn't do so. This was because time could change everything. Even his personal disciple was the same. A total of 700 million years had passed. Half a Yuan Hui had passed. His former disciple had already become one of the most powerful existences in history. He was also the master of the 11th Yuan Hui. He was already a supreme existence. Perhaps, he had already forgotten about his master. Moreover, after waking up from the dream of eternity, Yi Xian's temperament was already different from before. He was indifferent to everything and wasn't in a hurry to meet Yi Fengtian. Cloud Wind Tavern. Yi Xian chose a seat by the window. He casually ordered a few dishes and a pot of spirit wine and poured himself a drink. Hey, have you heard? The holy Sun Yao Feng and the holy daughter of Qinglan came to our frightening Feather City. Even our city lord humbly welcomed them. Who are the holy Sun Yao Feng and the holy daughter of Qinglan? How could they startle our city lord? No way. You don't even know who the holy Sun Yao Feng and the holy daughter of Qinglan are. They are the holy son and the holy daughter of the Temple of Life. Not to mention our city lord, even the Tongtian of the immortal realm has to treat them with respect. The conversation at the table attracted Yi Xian's attention. This also made him listen carefully. I heard that the holy son and the holy daughter are both in the creation realm. This time, they came to frightening Feather City to recruit disciples for the Temple of Life. Sigh, what a pity. With our cultivation, the Temple of Life won't even consider us. How can such a supreme orthodoxy be something we can aspire to? The Lord of Sealed Skies is the only one in history. The Master of Human Tao is his Taoist companion. If we can really join the Temple of Life, it will be a blessing that we can't even cultivate for 3 lifetimes. When Yi Xian heard the words, Master of Human Tao, his expression suddenly changed. He slowly got up and walked towards these cultivators. Who is the Master of Human Tao you speak of? Yi Xian's eyes were deep and profound. The Master of Human Tao is the Master of Human Tao. Who else could it be? Yi Xian's uninvited appearance made these people wary. After all, cultivators often killed each other. Who knew what Yi Xian was up to? I'm asking you the name of the Master of Human Tao. His words were the law. Their souls were stunned. When Yi Xian opened and closed his eyes, these cultivators seemed to have lost their souls. Naturally, they answered whatever Yi Xian asked. After a full incense stick's worth of time, Yi Xian returned to his seat. These cultivators also regained their senses. However, they had already forgotten all their memories and continued drinking and chatting. Yi Xian slowly poured himself a cup of turbid wine, then drank it all in one gulp. His brows were slightly furrowed as well. According to these people's answers, the master of human Tao was not the master of human Tao he knew. However, Yi Xian was also very familiar with this person. Wan Hongling. Back then, Yi Xian had taught Wan Hongling the boundless secular world technique. Her marriage with Yi Xian was also personally organized by Yi Xian. Back then, Yi Xian had hoped that this girl could inherit the position of master of human Tao. Who would have thought that after such a long time, it would come true? Besides, apart from Wan Hongling inheriting the position of master of human Tao, Yi Xian also obtained a lot of useful information. The Lord of the Extreme Devil was Yi Xian Mo. He had even re-established the Extreme Devil Shrine and became the Lord of the Extreme Devil. However, from these people's answers, Yi Xian learned a few things. When the 11th Aeon began, countless immortal great perfection stage cultivators became half-step sovereigns. A vast massacre followed. This war lasted for 100 million years. Yi Fengtian and Yi Xian Mo fought the most fiercely. They would not stop until one of them was dead. In the end, Yi Fengtian became a sovereign and became the master of the 11th Aeon. However, Yi Xian Mo was not weak either. He attracted the heavenly heart of chaos from the Lord of the Extreme Devil and also took over the position of Extreme Devil. After that, Wan Hongling also succeeded in inheriting the position of Master of Human Tao. However, the Lord of the Extreme Devil, Yi Xian Mo, and the Lord of the Fengtian sect, Yi Fengtian, were like fire and water. Even though they had both become sovereigns, their orthodoxies were still hostile to each other. As for the other sovereigns, the three eternal immortals and the Lord of Extreme Love were also veteran sovereigns who rarely showed themselves. The Lord of Destruction was also in seclusion. The Lord of all spirits was a sovereign of the 10th Aeon and had also been in seclusion for many years. The heavenly palace of all spirits was also in a semi-hidden state. There was one more person, the Lord of the Undying. Yes, the Lord of the Undying. However, this Lord of the Undying was not the one Yi Xian was familiar with. Instead, it was an extremely mysterious person who took over the position of Undying and became the new Lord of the Undying. However, this person's identity had always been a mystery. No one had ever seen his face, let alone know his name. The appearance of the new Lord of the Undying was very strange. No one knew where he came from. However, after Yi Fengtian attained the Tao, this person suddenly became the new Lord of the Undying and even rebuilt the heavenly palace of all spirits. Chapter 1730. Initially, Yi Xian wanted to ask about the Zhangtian Palace, but these cultivators did not know anything about it. It was as if the Zhangtian Palace did not exist in this world. This made Yi Xian very confused. When he created the Zhangtian Palace, there were countless immortals in his orthodoxy, not to mention some half-step to the strongest. Moreover, Li Taichu and Jun Wushuang were both people who had created their own Tao. Even if they did not become the strongest, they were still half-step to the strongest. With the Tao and Tao that they had comprehended, who could defeat them other than the strongest? Also, Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling were both from the Zhangtian Palace. Even if they had created their own orthodoxy, the Zhangtian Palace should still exist. It should not have disappeared into thin air. What happened all these years? Yi Xian drank by himself and murmured. He could feel that during the long time that he disappeared, something unknown must have happened. Quick, everyone, go out and welcome the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Holy Palace of Life. Just as Yi Xian was pondering, he saw a cultivator wearing a battle robe barge into the tavern. The roar of a beast shook the heavens, and an auspicious aura filled the sky as it sprinkled down on Feather City. In an instant, the entire tavern was emptied. All the cultivators hurried out of the tavern to welcome the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Yi Xian frowned slightly, but still got up and walked out of the tavern. He wanted to see what the disciples of the Holy Palace of Life that Yi Fengtian had created looked like. Outside the tavern, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air. At the end of the street, a majestic spiritual beast pulled a jade carriage. The carriage was covered by a bead curtain. One could only vaguely see two figures sitting cross-legged in the carriage. On both sides of the jade carriage, there were 4 maids. The 4 maids held flower baskets in their hands. From time to time, flower petals would rain down, filling the entire Jingyu city with auspicious signs. Jingyu City welcomes the arrival of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. At the other end of the street, the city lord of Jingyu City led many cultivators to welcome them. As he shouted, a large number of cultivators and mortals knelt down. Like a tsunami, they kowtowed devoutly. On both sides of the street, regardless of whether they were mortals or cultivators, everyone knelt down to welcome them. Even the city lord of Jingyu City was no exception. Facing the arrival of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Shrine of Life, it was a great honor for Jingyu City. Everyone was excited and kept kowtowing to express their respect for the Shrine of Life. Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back, frowning slightly as he watched the scene unfold before him. What a grand formation! Just the arrival of a Holy Son or Holy Daughter caused everyone in the city to kneel and greet them. It seemed that the Church of Life was truly the ruler of the 11th Eon. How dare you! Why don't you kneel in front of our holy sons and holy daughters? Just as Yi Xian was lost in his thoughts, he heard a delicate reprimand. At the same time, several sharp gazes landed on Yi Xian. At this moment, regardless of whether they were mortals or cultivators, everyone had already knelt down. Only Yi Xian stood calmly, which was naturally very abrupt. The 4 maids naturally noticed Yi Xian, and the reprimand just now was directed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned slightly and turned to leave. As an ancestor, how could he kneel to 2 juniors? Wouldn't that be the biggest joke in the world? However, he did not want to cause any trouble and was ready to return to the tavern. Although Yi Xian did not want to cause any trouble, the maids did not intend to let him go. You should be punished for disrespecting the Shrine of Life. Whoosh! A sharp sword light cut through the sky and headed straight for Yi Xian. This made Yi Xian's expression turn cold. It seemed that all supreme orthodoxies were bound to be arrogant and overbearing. Buzz! Before the sword light could reach him, something strange happened. The sword light disappeared into thin air as if it had never appeared. So vicious at such a young age. Is this what the Shrine of Life taught you? Yi Xian said calmly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the world froze, and a terrifying and mysterious fluctuation spread out. The maid who attacked him turned pale. Under this invisible pressure, she knelt down directly, and blood spurted out of her mouth. When this happened, the 2 people in the jade carriage were surprised. Obviously, the maid's attack did not take down Yi Xian, which shocked them to the core. I didn't expect there to be a master here in the Jingyu city. I am the Yaofeng Holy Son, may I know your name? The beaded curtain of the jade carriage was lifted, and a young man in golden robes walked out of the jade carriage, accompanied by a woman in white. At this moment, both of their eyes fell on Yi Xian. It is indeed the power of life. When Yi Xian's eyes fell on the 2 juniors, he could tell at a glance that they cultivated Yi Fengtian's method and Tao. The power of life in their bodies was extremely majestic. Yi Xian looked at the 2 calmly, which made their faces turn cold. No matter how powerful the other party was, they did not care too much. One had to know that even the Immortal Realm warriors had to be courteous when they saw them, and they had to give face to the Shrine of Life, let alone this unknown cultivator in front of them. The Yaofeng Holy Son and the Qinglong Holy Daughter were proud because they were disciples of the Shrine of Life, and the Shrine of Life was in charge of the 11th Yuanhui. Who dared to go against the Shrine of Life? My friend, you are powerful. You actually hurt my maid. If you don't give the Shrine of Life an explanation, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of this Jingyu city. The Yaofeng Holy Son's face was cold when his maid was hurt. Although he felt that Yi Xian's cultivation was high, he did not care too much. Because no one dared to go against the will of the Shrine of Life, not to mention that he was a holy son who represented the Shrine of Life. Looking at the arrogant face of the junior in front of him, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with disappointment. Yi Xian did not expect that the strongest orthodoxy founded by Yi Fengtian would cultivate such an ignorant and arrogant person. As the saying went, a glimpse of the whole leopard reveals the whole leopard. Yi Xian believed in this saying very much. One could tell what an orthodoxy was like by looking at its disciples. The ignorant and arrogant junior in front of him more or less set off the usual style of the Shrine of Life. What kind of explanation do you want? Yi Xian asked calmly. I don't want to make things difficult for you. As long as you kneel down and apologize, your disrespect to the Shrine of Life today will be forgotten. The Yaofeng Holy Son sneered. Yi Xian smiled, but his smile was very cold. He was laughing at the ignorance of this junior in front of him. It has always been people who kneel to me. When have I ever kneeled to anyone? Didn't Yi Fengtian teach you to respect the strong? Yi Xian said lightly. How dare you? How dare you call the Heavenly Master by his name? The expressions of the Holy Son Yaofeng and the Holy Daughter of the Azure Mist changed before they angrily reprimanded Yi Xian. The two of them didn't think that Yi Xian would dare to directly call out the name of the Lord of the Sealed Heavens. Rumble. Azure light filled the sky. The two holy sons and holy daughters unleashed a terrifying power. They were obviously going to attack Yi Xian. Ha ha ha. I've searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance. Let's see who can save you today. Suddenly. Before the two of them attacked, laughter came from afar. The clouds in the sky darkened, and an extremely terrifying demonic light rolled over. Chapter 1731. Oh no, it's the extreme demonic temple. The expressions of the two holy sons and holy daughters instantly changed. They glared hatefully at Yi Xian, then soared into the sky to greet the demonic cloud. However, the two of them did not know that they had one foot in the coffin. Otherwise, if they really attacked Yi Xian, they would have been killed. Extreme demonic temple. Yi Xian mumbled to himself. The next moment, he mysteriously disappeared from frightening Feather City. In the vast sky, thousands of miles of sky. On one side, demonic clouds billowed and evil aura filled the sky. On the other side, green light shook the sky and life aura surged. It was as if heaven and earth were divided into two halves. In the demonic clouds, a young man in black stood alone. The terrifying demonic light rolled around his body. His cold face was filled with murderous intent. On the other side, Saint Sun Yaofeng and Saintess Qinglong looked solemn. There was fear in their eyes. Li Changtian, do you really want to go against us? Saint Sun Yaofeng said coldly. What a joke. Who do you think you are? You will die here today, the young man in black said cruelly. Li Changtian, although our orthodoxies have been enemies for many years, we have no enmity with you. Why do you have to force us? Saintess Qinglong frowned. Cut the crap. Lao Tzu has been chasing you for hundreds of years. Let's see where you can escape to this time. The young man in black smiled cruelly. He was in the Tao querying realm and could kill the two of them mercilessly. Naturally, he did not want to waste time with the life shrine. Rumble. The demonic clouds billowed and evil aura filled the sky. The young man in black did not attack. Once he attacked, he used a killing skill and went straight for the two of them. Do you really think we are afraid of you? The two of them shouted and joined forces to fight against the young man in black. Each of them used a life skill and instantly clashed with the young man in black. At this moment, Yi Xian appeared quietly. He looked at the three of them calmly, but there was a deep look in his eyes. Clearly, the two sides were fighting over orthodoxy. This black-robed junior was from the extreme devil shrine, which gave Yi Xian some ideas. Ha ha, Li Changtian, you've been tricked. Let's see who will kill who this time. Suddenly, a dazzling green light shot up into the sky. A terrifying aura burst out from Saint Sun Yaofeng's hand and charged at the black-clothed youth. Boom! In the next moment, the black-clothed young man, who had the upper hand, had his heart pierced by the green light, followed by a mournful roar. Blood splattered across the sky as the black-clothed youth frantically retreated. However, the bloody hole in his chest was extremely terrifying. It was obvious that this attack was enough to take his life. Heavenly Spirit Stab. You have the Heavenly Spirit Stinger. Wow! The young man in black spat out blood. The bloody hole in his chest was extremely terrifying. He looked at Saint Sun Yaofeng in despair and unwillingness. His eyes were filled with endless hatred and resentment. Ha ha ha. Qing Lan Holy Maiden laughed and said, Li Changtian, you didn't expect this, did you? Did you really think that the two of us were hiding from you? If we didn't show our weakness to make you lower your guard, how could we kill you today? Li Changtian, you can only blame yourself for being arrogant. So what if you're in the Tao querying realm? You've been hit by the Heavenly Spirit Stinger. Today is the day you die. Saint Sun Yaofeng laughed wildly. Damn it! The black-clothed youth kept retreating. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He felt his life force dissipating. Waves of dizziness attacked him and the despair in his eyes intensified. He clearly knew that after being hit by the Heavenly Spirit Stinger and having his heart pierced, there was no chance for him to survive. Go to hell! Saint Sun Yaofeng and Qing Lan Holy Maiden roared. The Heavenly Spirit Stinger in their hands swung at the black-clothed youth again. Apparently, they wanted to kill him on the spot. My life is over. The black-clothed youth roared in despair. Although he was unwilling to die here, he had no power to fight back against the two. Freeze! Heaven and earth froze and everything stopped. Just as the black-clothed youth was waiting for his death, an ancient voice sounded. What happened next stunned the black-clothed youth. Time seemed to have stopped and space seemed to have frozen. Saint Sun Yaofeng and Qing Lan Holy Maiden were rooted to the spot. The Heavenly Spirit Stinger in their hands had lost its power. Buzz! Yi Xian appeared beside the black-clothed youth silently. He looked at the two juniors indifferently. His eyes were as deep as an ancient lake. You again. Yi Xian's appearance caused Saint Sun Yaofeng's face to change drastically. He wanted to swing the Heavenly Spirit Stinger in his hands, but he realized in horror that he could not move his body at all. Who are you? Saint Sun Yaofeng roared in horror. Who am I? Yi Xian smiled faintly and did not answer the question. Arrogant and ignorant. Letting you live in this world is a waste of air. Boom! The moment the words were spoken, everything was destroyed. Yi Xian's eyes slightly moved. He saw the Yaofeng Holy Sun transform into a rain of blood that filled the sky, and his body and soul were completely destroyed. You dare to kill someone from the sacred palace of life? Such a scene caused the Qing Lan Holy Maiden to scream in fear. A great sense of terror arose in her heart, and she even scolded Yi Xian in a threatening manner. Go back and tell Yi Fengtian that if he knows someone called Yi Xian, ask him to come to the extreme devil shrine personally. Yi Xian said indifferently. He picked up the black-clothed youth and disappeared into the sky. Yi Xian. The Saintess of Qinglan was surprised because she had never heard of this name. However, the death of Saint Sun Yao Feng was so strange that she did not dare to stay any longer. She turned into a ray of light and returned to the fane of life. On the top of the nameless mountain. Buzz! Yi Xian sent a ray of light into the black-clothed youth's body. The youth's pierced heart was recovering rapidly. In just 3 breaths, it was as good as new. "Senior, thank you for saving my life." The next moment, the black-clothed youth knelt on the ground. His face was full of awe. He kept kowtowing to Yi Xian to express his gratitude. The black-clothed youth was an extremely proud person. However, he was in awe of the strong. The Saint Sun Yao Feng's strange death made him realize that the person in front of him was absolutely a horrifying strong person. Moreover, his heart was pierced by the heavenly spirit thorn. He should have been dead for sure. However, he was cured by this mysterious strong person. This made him extremely shocked. He also deeply understood that he must have met an extremely powerful person. He was afraid that the person in front of him was at the level of a sect master. Is Demon Yi Xian in the extreme devil shrine? Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the sea of clouds on the mountain peak. His voice was inexplicably deep. "Ah!" Hearing Yi Xian's words, the black-clothed youth's expression changed. This was because Yi Xian had called the demon lord by his name. This was a great disrespect. However, the black-clothed youth was very smart. He did not scold Yi Xian like Saint Sun Yao Feng did. Instead, he said hesitantly, "The demon lord is indeed in the extreme devil shrine." "Senior, do you know him?" "Of course I know him. We are very close. Therefore, I want you to take me to see him," Yi Xian said as he turned his head slightly. "Yes, senior." The black-clothed youth rolled his eyes. He already felt that Yi Xian had a great background. Naturally, he did not dare to disobey. Chapter 1732. Above the dome, demonic light filled the sky. A heavenly gate stood in the middle of the clouds. Through the gate, one could vaguely see the palaces and pavilions within. There were even demonic lights flashing within. The demonic aura was vast and boundless. The rebuilt extreme demonic heavenly palace was even more majestic than before. This also proved that Yi Xian had brought the extreme demonic heavenly palace to new heights after becoming an immortal. "Senior, this is the extreme demonic heavenly palace. Please wait for a moment. I'll inform them and we can enter." Li Changtian bowed. "All right." Yi Xian slowly nodded his head. His eyes slightly rotated, and all of the void entered his eyes. The world was in his heart, and he immediately felt a familiar aura. Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He had already noticed that Yi Xian was in the extreme demonic heavenly palace, cultivating with his legs crossed. Yi Xian smiled. 700 million years had passed, and Yi Xian had indeed become an immortal. His extreme demonic power was even stronger than the extreme demonic lord in the past. "Senior, my master invites you in." Just as Yi Xian was deep in thought, Li Changtian quickly walked over, followed by several white-haired old men. One of them had a dignified and solemn expression, and the aura of the immortal realm was slowly being released. Obviously, this person should be Li Changtian's master, and also the current extreme demonic palace master. However, his cultivation base was too weak in Yi Xian's eyes. "I heard that you saved my disciple. Please come to the extreme demonic sect for a chat." The extreme demonic palace master smiled kindly, sizing up Yi Xian. He wanted to see Yi Xian's cultivation base. However, what surprised the extreme demonic palace master was that he couldn't see through Yi Xian's cultivation base. It was as if Yi Xian was just air, as if he didn't exist in this world. Half-step to immortal. The extreme demonic palace master was shocked. He was at the peak of Immortal realm. If he couldn't see through Yi Xian's cultivation base, he must be a half-step to Immortal. Ask Yi Xuanma to come out and see me. Yi Xian was not the least bit interested in the extreme demon palace master before him. He strode into the divine gate as if he were returning to his own home and headed straight for Yi Xian. Fellow Taoist, what do you mean by this? The expression of the supreme demon hall master immediately changed. Yi Xian had directly called out the demon lord's name, which was a great taboo. He immediately blocked Yi Xian's path and a large number of cultivators surrounded Yi Xian. Yi Xuanma. Yi Xian did not move, but his voice resounded throughout the entire extreme demonic heavenly palace. As his voice rang out, Yi Xian, who was cultivating in the extreme demonic heavenly palace, suddenly opened his eyes. An extremely terrifying aura burst forth from him. Boom! Yi Xuanma stood up. When the demonic light was in a mess, the Dharma of the demon shadow appeared behind him. This was because he felt a terrifying aura. This aura actually made his soul tremble to the extreme. Which ultimate being had arrived? A huge question appeared in Yi Xuanma's mind. Even though this aura was obscure, it still made his soul tremble. This proved that the person who had arrived was undoubtedly an ultimate being. The gates of the heavenly palace opened. Yi Xian walked out with the Dharma of the demon shadow and shifted towards Yi Xian's direction. Rumble. The extreme demonic heavenly palace was filled with a violent aura. The demonic light that filled the entire sky was boiling, and an ultimate being's aura was pouring down. When Yi Xian appeared in the sky, everyone in the extreme demonic heavenly palace was so shocked that they immediately kowtowed. Greetings to our Lord, who lives forever. The cheers were like a tsunami as they kowtowed piously. No one had expected that the demon lord, who had not appeared for a long time, would appear today. Who is calling my name? Yi Xian stood alone in the sky as his ultimate being's aura filled the entire sky. The demon shadow behind him was even more towering, displaying an ultimate being's aura. Senior, quickly pay your respects to the demon lord. Li Changtian was trembling all over. He discreetly tugged at Yi Xian's trousers, his eyes filled with nervousness. Unfortunately, Yi Xian ignored his little gesture and looked at Yi Xian with a smile. After so many years, Yi Xian had changed a lot. Not only did he have an ultimate being's aura, but he also gave off a sense of supremacy. Disciple, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Don't you recognize your master? Yi Xian smiled faintly. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. When Yi Xian spoke, everyone in the extreme demonic heavenly palace gasped. No one had expected Yi Xian to say something so crazy. Was he courting death? They had never heard of the demon lord having a master. This person actually dared to call the demon lord his disciple. If he was not an idiot, then he must be tired of living. Yi Xian's face instantly turned cold. He had gone from the 10th period to the 11th period and had even become the lord of the extreme demonic heavenly palace. No one had ever dared to be so presumptuous to him and call him his disciple. Yi Xian's cold eyes fell directly on Yi Xian. However, the next moment, he frowned. A trace of doubt flashed across his sinister eyes, and the demonic light on his body seemed to have stagnated. He was. Perhaps too much time had passed. After all, it had been more than 700 million years since the 10th period to the 11th period. Yi Xian felt that Yi Xian's appearance was very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall where. Looking at Yi Xian's confused expression, Yi Xian could vaguely guess that 700 million years had passed. Time could make people forget a lot of things. His traitorous disciple must have almost forgotten his existence. My good disciple, you really don't remember your master. Yi Xian soared into the sky and instantly appeared beside Yi Xian. A strange smile appeared on his face as he sized up this traitorous disciple of his. You It would have been better if Yi Xian did not smile. However, his smile immediately caused Yi Xian's expression to change drastically. The memories hidden in his mind surged up violently. Back then. Yes, it was the 10th period. It was such a strange smile that had become his greatest nightmare. Even in his dreams, his heart trembled and he was terrified. Ever since he became the strongest person in history, his heart had been filled with an invincible spirit. Only then did he manage to suppress the smile that once terrified him. However, when Yi Xian saw that nightmare smile again, the distant and terrifying memories once again assaulted him. So, he had never forgotten this smile. He had never forgotten the person who brought him endless nightmares and terror. All of a sudden, Yi Xian's face gradually became clearer in his eyes. The memories that he tried his best to forget surged up violently and gradually matched with the person in front of him. Yi Xian. Boom. The next moment, Yi Xian screamed in horror. The demonic light that filled the sky and the earth became chaotic. He finally remembered who the owner of this face was. How could it be? How could he still be alive? It couldn't be. It couldn't be. Yi Xian was horrified. He kept retreating. His face had turned pale. He no longer had the demeanor of the strongest person in history. My good disciple, how dare you call your master by his name? Yi Xian teased with a smile. Chapter 1733. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. He has already died in the 10th Yuan Hui. The chaotic divine punishment has already destroyed his body and soul. Yi Xuanma retreated in fear. He looked at Yi Xian with fear. He could not believe that Yi Xian would appear in front of him alive. At this moment, everyone in the extreme demon heavenly palace was dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. The Devil Lord, who was like the heavens and earth in their hearts, was actually trembling in fear at this moment. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they definitely wouldn't believe such a ridiculous thing. Why aren't you kneeling when you see your master? Yi Xian said calmly. Disciple greets master. The fear of Yi Xian made Yi Xuanma lose his sense of propriety. Under Yi Xian's aggressive gaze, Yi Xuanma's knees went soft and he was about to kowtow to Yi Xian. All of a sudden, Yi Xuanma's expression changed. His bent knees returned to normal. The pale and fearful expression also gradually disappeared. The next moment, Yi Xuanma's spine was as straight as the vicissitudes of life. His nervous and fearful emotions were also disappearing. Then, he regained the majesty and dignity that a supreme expert should have. What kind of joke is this? Previously, he was indeed scared to death of Yi Xian. He even lived in the nightmares that Yi Xian brought to him. However, it was different now. He had already become a supreme expert and was no longer the ant that Yi Xian could manipulate. He already had the ability to go against Yi Xian. How could he kneel to Yi Xian? Yi Xian, you are actually still alive. This is really surprising. Yi Xuanma said with dignity. He was no longer humble. Instead, he looked down at Yi Xian with a condescending attitude. At this moment, Yi Xuanma's majesty increased greatly. His face started to redden. His eyes were filled with excitement and pride. He had waited for this day for far too long. He wanted to face Yi Xian head-on. He would no longer wag his tail and beg before Yi Xian like a dog. This was because he was now the strongest in history. He had the qualifications to fight against Yi Xian. Disciple, it seems that your wings have hardened. You even dare to talk back to your master. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a strange smile as he spoke in a slightly mocking tone. Yi Xian, don't you dare laugh in front of me. So what if you've come back to life? The 11th Eon is no longer your era. This Lord is the supreme ruler of heaven and earth. Who do you think you are? Yi Xian scolded loudly. He had endless fear towards Yi Xian's smile, and even now, it had become extremely strong. However, when he saw Yi Xian smile at him, the shadow that had been on his mind for many years had always been pressing down on him. You're really a rebellious disciple. I didn't misjudge you back then. Yi Xian let out a long sigh. Bah, back then, you forced my mother to her death. You even schemed against me. I've never forgotten this grudge. Since you dare to appear in front of me today, don't even think about leaving. Yi Xian went berserk. Tongtian's earth-shaking supreme demonic light surged. The terrifying demonic shadow roared furiously. Child, you've grown up. You're not obedient anymore. Then let me see how much you've grown after so many years. Yi Xian smiled faintly. As a master, he definitely had to reprimand a rebellious disciple who didn't listen to him. Yi Xian, you bastard. Do you really think I'm the same as before? Today, I'm the Lord of Supreme Demonic Light. Who do you think you are? Today, I'll destroy your body and soul. I'll let you know this Lord's true strength. Rumble. Tong Tian pierced through the ground. Supreme demonic light shook the sky. Yi Xian transformed into the strongest of all. His supreme demonic power was even more terrifying than the Lord of Supreme Demonic Light. When he raised his 5 fingers to the sky, it was as if he was holding up the heavens. That terrifying might caused the entire supreme demonic shrine to tremble. I'll kill you, bastard. I'll get rid of the nightmare in my heart. Rumble. It was fine if Yi Xian didn't make a move, but when he did, he used his full strength because he knew that Yi Xian was very strong. However, he was confident that he could kill Yi Xian. After all, he was much stronger than the former Lord of the Extreme Devil. Not bad. You've improved a little. Looking at his rebellious disciple, Yi Xian nodded approvingly. However, there wasn't any fluctuation in his eyes. It was just praise. Kill. Yi Xian raised his 5 fingers to the sky and turned into a demonic palm that covered the sky. With a mighty force that could destroy everything, he slammed it toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you bastard. Today, I, Yi Xian Mo, will kill you. Yi Xian Mo laughed maniacally. This attack contained all of his cultivation. Even if it couldn't kill Yi Xian, it would definitely severely injure him. Rebellious disciple, how dare you try to kill your master? Yi Xian frowned slightly. He didn't seem to do anything. He just pointed a finger at the sky. The next moment, something extremely terrifying happened. Rumble. The laws collapsed. Heaven and earth became empty. This finger was simple and unadorned. This finger caused heaven and earth to collapse. This finger caused reincarnation to bury and destroy. Bang! Yi Xian Mo's powerful technique dissipated. The demonic palm that covered the sky turned into ashes. It didn't even release a ripple. How is this possible? Yi Xian Mo roared in shock. He had used all of his cultivation for this attack. Moreover, it was a supreme technique that he had comprehended himself. It could be said that it was his trump card. I don't believe it. Yi Xian let out a furious roar. His entire body was in a state of insanity. His entire body emitted a demonic light that caused the heavens and earth to tremble. His entire body transformed into an extremely powerful demonic light that charged towards Yi Xian. Rebellious disciple. Yi Xian's face turned cold. He raised his 5 fingers and slapped down on Yi Xian Mo. Bang. This palm was simple and unadorned. One couldn't tell how powerful it was. However, it sent Yi Xian Mo flying. Barf. Yi Xian Mo spat out a mouthful of blood. He had suffered an unparalleled calamity. His body was cracking as if it had been smashed by the heavens. "Brat, how dare you disobey your master? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know how to respect your master." Rumble. Heaven and earth were turned upside down. Heaven and earth were in chaos. One by one, the heavenly gates opened behind Yi Xian. A total of 12 heavenly gates spanned across heaven and earth. The 12 heavenly gates were like the entire chaotic universe. The mysterious power that they released shattered the laws of heaven and earth. The dream of eternity and eternity, this was definitely not just empty talk. Yi Xian had reincarnated for 10,000 lifetimes in the eternal dream. He had also experienced a period of 700 million years. No one knew what he had experienced. At this moment, Yi Xian's cultivation was simply terrifying. Eternal strongest. It was just a joke in front of Yi Xian. He could send Yi Xian mo flying with one slap and kill him with one hand. With all 12 heavenly gates, he had already surpassed the eternal strongest. He wasn't afraid even when facing taboo characters. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he would be invincible. Of course, in terms of cultivation, Yi Xian wasn't as good as taboo characters. However, with what he had experienced in the eternal dream, Yi Xian wasn't afraid even when facing taboo characters. He even dared to fight them. The eternal dream was the most dangerous taboo skill that Yi Xian had obtained. Although it wasn't as powerful as taboo heavenly techniques, it was still more powerful than ordinary taboo skills. Only Yi Xian knew how terrifying it was. Boom! Yi Xian took a step forward. The 12 heavenly gates rotated behind him. He was like the eternal universe, charging towards Yi Xian mo with a crushing force. Chapter 1734. Bam! Yi Xian slapped Yi Xuanma's face and sent him flying. Half of his face swelled up and blood spurted out. And this was only because Yi Xian had shown mercy. Bam! Yi Xian slapped Yi Xuanma again. Yi Xuanma suffered another blow. 5 bloody fingerprints appeared on the other half of his face. Boom! What extreme demonic power! What omnipotent body! After 2 consecutive slaps from Yi Xian, Yi Xuanma was bathed in blood. The so-called omnipotent body disappeared without a trace. Silence. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone in the extreme demonic shrine was dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Yi Xian beating the demon lord in their hearts. They felt as if they had fallen into a nightmare that they would never wake up from. What kind of joke is this? Beating up an omnipotent? Are you kidding me? At this moment, everyone's worldview was collapsing. They could not believe what they were seeing. An omnipotent was invincible. Who could beat up an omnipotent like this? Am I dreaming? No, no way. Is this an illusion? A large number of cultivators were whispering in fear. Even now, they could not believe that such a ridiculous thing could happen. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Just when everyone was speechless, Yi Xuanma, who was being beaten up, roared with hatred. He fought back at Yi Xian with all his might. However, his omnipotent technique was useless against Yi Xian. Instead, Yi Xian kept slapping him. Traitor, it seems like you want to die. Boom! Yi Xian's expression was ice cold. He took a step forward, and it was as if the eternal universe was pressing down. He slapped Yi Xian until his entire body was bathed in blood. His entire body was shattered, and he directly fell from the sky, smashing fiercely onto the ground. However, this was not the end. Yi Xian stepped on the air and appeared in front of Yi Xuanma. Before Yi Xuanma could struggle to get up, Yi Xian smiled cruelly. He stepped on Yi Xuanma's head and crushed it with his foot. Bam! Yi Xian's foot stepped on his head. Yi Xuanma roared in grief and indignation. He wanted to get up and fight with Yi Xian again. However, Yi Xian's foot had pushed half of his body into the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he could not get up and fight with Yi Xian. Suppressing chaos, 12 gates of heaven. What was unparalleled? What was dominating the world? At this moment, Yi Xian fully expressed the meaning of these two sentences. He was so powerful that even the omnipotent of eternity was no match for him. Traitor! Yi Xian stomped on the ground with his right foot and pushed Yi Xuanma's head into the ground again. Yi Xian was cold and emotionless. There was no emotion in his eyes. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Do I have to live in the nightmares you gave me forever? At this moment, Yi Xuanma cried bitterly. He was extremely indignant. He had endured for a full Yuan Hui to become the omnipotent of eternity. He had thought that he was fearless and could disperse all the nightmares that Yi Xian gave him. He even dared to fight with Yi Xian and wanted to defeat Yi Xian. However, he failed in the end. His dream was completely shattered. The endless nightmares that Yi Xian gave him came again. He would never be able to defeat Yi Xian. He would have to live in the shadow of Yi Xian forever. Seems like you are tired of living, traitor. You even dare to disobey your master. Since that's the case, I'll send you on your way. Boom! Yi Xian lifted Yi Xuanma into the air and pressed his fingers on the top of his head. The terrifying light of reincarnation flickered, as if it would take Yi Xuanma's life in the next moment. No one wanted to die. Especially Yi Xuanma. He had become the omnipotent of eternity. He was respected by all living beings. If he died, all of this would disappear. Fear, endless fear, rushed toward Yi Xuanma at this moment. The great terror of life and death finally woke him up completely. Master, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare my life. Master, please spare my life. At this moment, Yi Xuanma put down all his omnipotent attitude. He became extremely humble in front of Yi Xian again. He even begged Yi Xian loudly. Humph. Yi Xian snorted and threw Yi Xuanma to the ground. Yi Xuanma quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yi Xian. Disciple Yi Xuanma greets my master. Please forgive me for my foolishness earlier. Yi Xuanma kowtowed again and again. He finally realized that even though he was the omnipotent, he was still as humble as a dog in front of Yi Xian. He dared to disobey Yi Xian's will. The only outcome for him was death. What are you guys looking at? Hurry up and pay your respects to your grandmaster. Yi Xuanma suddenly turned around and yelled at the people of the extreme demonic heavenly palace. This woke them up and they quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yi Xian. At least you know what's good for you. I'll spare your life today. Come with me. Yi Xian said indifferently. He did not kill Yi Xuanma in the end. After all, he only wanted to teach this traitor a lesson. He would not really kill him. Yi Xian strolled into the extreme demonic heavenly palace. Yi Xuanma quickly got up and followed behind. He was as humble as a dog and no longer had the demeanor of an omnipotent. This also shocked the cultivators of the extreme demonic heavenly palace. They could not help but speculate about Yi Xian's background. The Tongtian tree pierced the ground and the divine tree reached the sky. A divine tree that pierced through heaven and earth took root in the vast land. Its branches and leaves blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun. This divine tree was so huge that one could not see the end of it. Just the branches alone stretched out for millions of miles. From time to time, one could even see people passing by the divine tree. The Life Shrine. This was the Life Shrine. It was also the strongest orthodoxy that Yi Fengtian had created. It ruled over the 11th Yuan Hui. What? Yao Feng was killed. The Life Shrine Master was furious. He looked at the Holy Lady of Qinglan in disbelief. After all, Yao Feng was his disciple. Who dares to be so bold as to kill someone of the Life Shrine? The Life Shrine Master roared in hatred. He said that his name is Yi Xian. The Holy Lady of Qinglan said in a trembling voice. Yi Xian. The Life Shrine Master frowned. He had never heard of this name. He then said with a murderous intent, no matter who this Yi Xian is, he dares to kill a disciple of the Life Shrine. He is an enemy of the Life Shrine. If I don't kill him, where will the dignity of the Life Shrine go? Men. The Life Shrine Master roared and summoned 8 elders. They were all in the immortal realm. Obviously, they were going to issue a decree to hunt down this murderer called Yi Xian. The 11th Yuan Hui was the ruler of the Life Shrine. It was the immortal realm. If someone dared to kill a disciple of the Life Shrine, that person would die without a doubt. What was the strongest orthodoxy? What was the ruler of the world? If they allowed an outsider to kill their disciple, wouldn't they become the laughing stock of the world? Where was the dignity of the strongest orthodoxy? Where was the face of the Life Shrine? Chapter 1735. Hall Master, I don't know if I should say something. Looking at the furious Life Hall Master, the Qinglan Holy Maiden said cautiously. Speak. The Life Hall Master frowned. The Qinglan Holy Maiden quickly said, I noticed that this person's cultivation is Tongtian. He's definitely not a simple person, and what? The Life Hall Master said impatiently. The Holy Maiden of Qinglan gritted her teeth and finally said, before this person left, he left behind a message for this disciple to return to the Temple of Life and tell the Heavenly Lord if he knew someone called Yi Xian. Nonsense, who does he think he is? How dare he say something like that? The Life Hall Master was furious. What else did he say? The Life Hall Master asked. He called the Heaven Master by his name. I feel that his identity is not ordinary. He even asked me to tell the Heaven Master that if he knows someone called Yi Xian, he should go to the extreme demonic shrine personally, the Qinglan Holy Maiden said with a trembling voice. How dare he call the Heaven Master by his name? He must be from the extreme demonic shrine. These bastards are getting more and more presumptuous, the Life Hall Master said angrily. Men, gather all the disciples above the 3rd level of the Tao Querying Realm. This time, I will go to the extreme demonic shrine personally to seek justice, the Life Hall Master ordered. Hall Master, please calm down. I feel that this matter is not trivial. It's better to report it to the Heaven Master first. What if the Heaven Master really knows someone called Yi Xian? The Qinglan Holy Maiden said nervously. For some reason, ever since she met Yi Xian, the Qinglan Holy Maiden felt that Yi Xian had a great background. Her heart was trembling. The trembling in her heart wasn't because of Yi Xian's cultivation, but because she felt a kind of temperament from Yi Xian's body. She'd only seen this kind of temperament from the Heavenly Lord, and it should be the so-called invincible spirit. Report to the Heaven Master. The Life Temple Lord was startled and hesitation appeared on his face. After all, the Sealing Heaven Lord had been in seclusion for many years and everything in the Life Temple had been left to him to manage. He didn't know if the Heavenly Lord would blame him for disturbing his seclusion. However, the Life Hall Master still nodded. Just as the Saintess of Qinglan had said, what if the Heaven Master really knew the other party? Heaven Sealing God Palace. Yi Feng Tian was wearing a green robe. Green light shone around him. Boundless life energy circled around him. When he breathed, life energy bloomed around him. Even the air around him was filled with auspicious flowers. Disciple requests an audience with the Heaven Master. I have something to report to the Heaven Master. Yi Feng Tian slowly opened his eyes when he heard the voice of the Hall of Life's Hall Master. After a Yuan Hui, he had become calm and composed. He even faintly radiated the invincible spirit of a cultivator who had achieved enlightenment. Come in. Rumble. The gate of the heavenly palace opened. The Life Hall leader quickly walked in with the Virgin of Qinglan. They then knelt before Yi Fengtian in reverence. "What is it?" Yi Fengtian asked. "Heaven Master, do you know someone called Yi Xian?" The Life Hall leader didn't dare to waste time. He directly said Yi Xian's name while secretly observing Yi Fengtian's expression. Yi Xian. When this unfamiliar name entered his ears, Yi Fengtian was a little confused. However, after 3 breaths of time, his expression suddenly froze. Boom! It was as if chaotic thunder had exploded. It was as if a vast river of stars had crashed down. Yi Fengtian's originally calm expression instantly turned into one of shock. Even the life energy around him became chaotic. "Where did you hear this name from?" Boom! Yi Fengtian completely lost his composure. He took a step forward and pressed down on the Life Hall leader's shoulder. His supreme Dharma eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Ah! The Life Hall leader was scared stiff. He had never seen the Heaven Master so shocked. Even when he fought with the Supreme Devil Lord, he didn't show such a shocked expression. "Heaven Master, please listen to me slowly." The Life Hall leader didn't dare to delay. He quickly explained everything. Then, he knelt on the ground and didn't dare to raise his head because Yi Fengtian's aura was already extremely chaotic. Even the entire heaven-sealing divine palace was trembling. "Let me ask you, is this person called Yi Xian the person in this painting?" Buzz! Yi Fengtian flipped his hand and a yellowed painting appeared. The person in the painting was indeed Yi Xian. "Yes, it is him, it is indeed this person." The Holy Maiden of Qinglan quickly replied. Dang dang dang. In the next moment, something that shocked the Life Hall leader and the Holy Maiden of Qinglan happened. "He's still alive. So he's really still alive." Yi Fengtian was so shocked that he took 3 steps back. There was an extremely complicated look in his eyes. Then, he became lifeless and speechless. His eyes began to blur as the memories hidden in his mind surged. "Heaven. Heaven Master. You. What happened to you?" The Life Hall leader asked tentatively. Perhaps the Life Hall leader's words had awakened him. Yi Fengtian tried his best to calm down and said calmly, where is he?" "Heaven Master, he said that if you still recognize him, you should go to the extreme demonic shrine in person." The Life Hall leader quickly replied. "He's in the extreme demonic shrine?" Yi Fengtian murmured. Then, he smiled bitterly and murmured, "Yes, how could I forget that Yi Xian Mo is also his disciple?" "Heaven Master. You really know this person?" The Life Hall leader asked tentatively. "How could I not know him?" Yi Fengtian shook his head bitterly and said, "He is my teacher." Ah! When Yi Fengtian finished speaking, the 2 of them were completely dumbfounded. Yi Fengtian's words had shocked them to the core. "He's your teacher." The Life Hall leader trembled. Just a moment ago, he wanted to send someone to kill Yi Xian. He did not expect him to have such a terrifying background. "Not only is he my teacher, but the master of human Tao is also his disciple. Even Yi Xian Mo, my enemy, is also his disciple." Yi Fengtian smiled bitterly. Dumbfounded. The Life Hall leader and the Qinglan Holy Maiden were completely dumbfounded. If they were only shocked before, now they felt like they had lost their souls. What kind of joke was this? The 3 strongest teachers. How could there be such a terrifying existence in the chaotic universe? "Heaven Master, then you." The Life Hall leader hesitated. "It's been more than 700 million years, right?" Yi Fengtian was in a daze. His eyes were extremely complicated. He said, "What will come will come. As his disciple, I naturally have to go and pay my respects to him. Send my decree to the Human Tao Shrine. Tell the Master of Human Tao that our teacher has returned." Tell her to come with me to the extreme demonic shrine to pay him a visit. Yi Fengtian calmed his trembling heart and passed down the decree. The Life Hall leader and the Qinglan holy maiden hurriedly accepted the order and left. Teacher, you shouldn't have shown up. Watching the Life Hall leader leave, Yi Fengtian whispered bitterly. His eyes were filled with hesitation and complicated emotions. Obviously, something had happened to him in the past 700 million years. The extreme demonic heavenly palace. Yi Xian leaned lazily on the throne. Yi Xian Mo knelt at his feet. His face was filled with reverence and devotion. How long has it been? More than 700 million years. We meet again, teacher and disciple. Yi Xian said lazily. His eyes were slightly narrowed. He seemed to be talking to himself, but when Yi Xian Mo heard it, he shuddered. Chapter 1736. Your disciple is unfilial and has disobeyed Master. Please punish me, Master. Yi Xuanma hurriedly kowtowed and begged for forgiveness. He. Yi Xian smiled. His smile was very kind. He even helped Yi Xuanma up and pulled him to sit beside him. Xuanma, you don't have to be so courteous with me. Actually, I know that you have always hated me and wished to kill me, Yi Xian said with a smile. Your disciple wouldn't dare. Yi Xuanma trembled all over. Sitting beside Yi Xian, his hair stood on end. He hurriedly got up and kowtowed to Yi Xian. Come. Don't be nervous. Let's sit down and have a chat. After all, you are now an omnipotent expert. How did you become a kowtowing worm? Yi Xian kept comforting Yi Xuanma. This made Yi Xuanma break out in cold sweat. He forced a smile, but he was cursing Yi Xian in his heart for not killing him even after the chaos heavenly punishment. Instead, he appeared before him alive. This made him lose all his dignity as an omnipotent expert. Although Yi Xuanma was cursing Yi Xian in his heart, he did not dare to show any disrespect. Instead, he appeared extremely humble, as though he was really an obedient disciple. Xuanma, I was the one who gave you this name. Now that you have become an omnipotent expert, I am very gratified, Yi Xian said with a smile. If not for Master's nurturing, your disciple would not have become an omnipotent expert. Your disciple has always wanted to repay Master's kindness. Unfortunately, Master went missing after the chaos heavenly punishment. Your disciple has no way to repay your kindness and can't sleep at night. Yi Xuanma pretended to be sorrowful. Alright, I know that you are very filial, Yi Xian patted Yi Xuanma's shoulder affectionately, as though they were really close like father and son. Tell me, what happened in the past 700 million years after I underwent the heavenly punishment? Where is Jintian Palace now? Yi Xian said calmly. Jintian Palace. Yi Xuanma's face trembled slightly, and a complicated look flashed across his eyes. Master, listen to your disciple slowly. Yi Xuanma calmed himself down and hurriedly recounted what had happened in the past 700 million years. It turned out that the entire chaotic world did not change much after Yi Xian passed the chaos heavenly punishment. Although Jintian Palace had lost its master, the extreme love and spacetime master, and Yi Xian's good relationship. After all, Jintian Palace was extremely tyrannical, and the other omnipotent orthodoxies. Moreover, there were still half-step supreme experts and two powerful generals, Li Taichu and Jun Wushuang. Fatty Huang and Gu Beichen were in charge of many things in Jintian Palace. Although Yi Xian was no longer around, Jintian Palace was still growing in an orderly manner, and Yi Xian and Wan Hongling's cultivation was also increasing day by day. Everyone was looking forward to Yi Xian's return. After all, Yi Xian was an invincible existence in their hearts. No one thought that Yi Xian would really pass away, and even the other omnipotent experts had this suspicion. Therefore, Jintian Palace still dominated the chaotic world, and could be called the most powerful orthodoxy. However, As time passed, Yi Xian still had not returned even when the 10th period was about to end. Finally, some discussions about Yi Xian's death began to appear in Jintian Palace, and internal strife began to occur in Jintian Palace. In the chaotic world, it fully demonstrated the concept of the strong being respected. The first to bear the brunt were Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen. Until the end of the 10th period, the two of them had just opened the 9th gate of heaven. In the chaotic world, this kind of cultivation was indeed a strong one, but it was nothing in Jintian Palace. There were as many peak immortal realm experts as there were hairs on a cow, and half-step omnipotent experts were not uncommon. Everyone had been listening to the two of them because of Yi Xian's existence. Now that Yi Xian had passed away, this kind of drawback had indeed appeared. Many people began to obey Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen's orders. If it were not for Li Taichu and Jun Wushuang's suppression, there would have been a riot. Moreover, as the 10th period was about to end, many immortal realm experts in Jintian Palace had cultivated to the complete realm, and were all preparing for the 11th period to start fighting for the position of the strongest. During this period, Jintian Palace fell apart. Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen left disheartened. The entire Jintian Palace was divided into several factions, and from time to time, there would be battles over some small matters. Finally, when the 10th Eon Gathering ended and the 11th Eon Gathering began, an unprecedented war began. The entire Jintian Palace completely fell apart, and the 11th period started a monstrous massacre. Those who were qualified to fight for the position of the strongest came out one after another, and it could be said that the battle was earth-shattering. How tempting was the position of the strongest! When the 11th period started, Yi Fengtian and the others all became half-step omnipotent experts, and a cruel internal battle began. Li Taichu, Jun Wushuang. Just these two alone had the potential to be the strongest, and they were also heaven-defying geniuses who walked their own path. In the battle for the position of the strongest, these two people had a cruel battle with Yi Fengtian, but they were all defeated by Yi Fengtian. Even Li Taichu's sixth sword of the six annihilations could not defeat Yi Fengtian. Jun Wushuang, on the other hand, was still defeated by Wan Hongling even though he had mastered the extreme purple heavenly energy. In addition to these few people fighting for the position of the strongest, many great cultivators in Jintian Palace became half-step omnipotent experts and started a cruel battle. And this was just the internal battle of Jintian Palace. It completely disintegrated Jintian Palace, and the orthodoxy that Yi Xian personally created no longer existed. The disintegration of Jintian Palace was just the beginning. Some people who wanted to fight for the position of the strongest also came out one after another, and the entire chaotic world was filled with endless battles. This battle lasted for 100 million years, and in the end, Yi Fengtian defeated all the geniuses and became the strongest in the world. Only then did this cruel dispute of 100 million years end. Since then, all the people in Jintian Palace either died or were injured, and there were even some who were disheartened and went into seclusion in the mountains. The name of Jintian Palace was no longer known in the world. The two strongest generals, Li Taichu and Jun Wushuang, also disappeared without a trace after they failed to fight for the position of the strongest. Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen did not participate in this battle at all, and no one knew where they were. What happened next was much simpler. After Yi Fengtian achieved Tao, he was given the title of Fengtian Lord. He created the strongest orthodoxy in the world, the Fengtian Palace of Life. The purpose of the orthodoxy was the idea of equality in the face of life, and it was respected by all living beings in the chaotic world. As for Yi Xuanma, he naturally knew that Yi Fengtian was Yi Xian's disciple. In terms of relationship, Yi Fengtian was his junior brother. However, this junior brother was very hateful. Before he achieved Tao, he always went against Yi Xuanma. After all, Yi Xuanma walked the path of the extreme devil, and he believed in killing decisively. Yi Fengtian walked the path of life, and he believed in the equality of all things and the value of life. Before the two of them achieved Tao, they had many battles, but no one could do anything to the other. After Yi Fengtian achieved Tao, Yi Xuanhua did not want to be left behind. He merged with the path of the extreme devil and attracted the heart of chaos of the extreme devil lord, taking over the position of the extreme devil lord. Chapter 1737. However, Wan Hongling had also taken over the position of human Tao. Moreover, she and Yi Fengtian were originally husband and wife. Because of this, Yi Xuanhua had suffered a lot over the years. Yi Xuanhua was only one person. Naturally, it was impossible for him to fight against the two of them. Moreover, just Yi Fengtian alone was enough to give Yi Xuanhua a headache. Logically speaking, the two of them were both supreme beings. It would be difficult to determine who was stronger. However, Yi Fengtian was a cultivator of the current era. With the support of the entire chaotic universe, he was naturally invincible. Yi Xuanhua was not his opponent at all. This was because the 11th Aeon was Yi Fengtian's era, not Yi Xuanhua's. After all, he had only taken over the position of the Lord of the Extreme Demon. He was not a cultivator of the current era. Master, it's not that I'm speaking ill of Yi Fengtian. Ever since he achieved his Tao, he has been spreading nonsense about everyone being equal before life. He also advocates that all things are equal and that he does not like killing. Moreover, as your disciple, he did not rebuild Jintian Palace. This shows that he does not respect you at all. Yi Xuanhua pretended to be angry. Oh, what do you mean? Hearing Yi Xuanhua's narration, Yi Xian asked indifferently. Master, you are wise. That Yi Fengtian has received your teachings, but he is extremely close to the primal chaos and fate. There's no need to mention the primal chaos master, but the master of fate has a grudge as deep as the ocean with you. As your disciple, Yi Fengtian is on good terms with fate. Although I hold a grudge against you, I will never forget master's kindness. No matter what, Yi Fengtian is still my junior brother. As his senior brother, I only taught him a few words, but he actually attacked me. Master, please help me. Yi Xuanhua pretended to be wronged. Hearing Yi Xuanhua's narration, Yi Xian's expression did not change. He naturally knew that Yi Xuanhua was exaggerating. However, Yi Xian also understood one thing. Although Yi Xian Mo was adding oil and vinegar to slander Yi Fengtian, there was a certain amount of water involved. However, Yi Xian Mo didn't dare to make things up. In front of life, everyone is equal. Yi Xian murmured. Then, he smiled. This disciple of his was really honest. His heart was pure and kind back then. The path of life he walked was indeed suitable for his heart. It seemed that after countless years, Yi Fengtian must have changed a lot after achieving his Tao. He must have established his own supreme Tao heart. Master, you have to punish Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling. They have two supreme beings of their sect. But they have never remembered you. Even if they did not rebuild Jintian Palace, they should have built a monument for you, right? Yi Xuanhua continued to exaggerate. Yi Xian smiled and said, Dark Demon, after so many years, I've never seen you erect a monument for me. Could it be that you don't have me in your heart? How would I dare to forget Master's kindness? It's just that you killed the previous Lord of the Supreme Demon back then. As the successor of the Supreme Demon, if I were to build a monument for you, I would be criticized by others. Please forgive me, Master. Yi Xuanhua pretended to be sorrowful. Alright, Master knows that you are the most filial. It's good that you have such thoughts. Also, I have told the disciples of the Sacred Hall of Life to tell your junior brother that I am back. Maybe your junior brother is on his way here, Yi Xian said indifferently. Ah. Yi Fengtian is coming. Yi Xuanhua's expression changed slightly. Then, he looked at Yi Xian seriously and said, Master, I have to remind you that Yi Fengtian is different now. He is a cultivator of the current era. If he doesn't recognize you as his master, I am afraid. What are you afraid of? Yi Xian smiled gently and said, are you afraid that he will disobey me, or that he won't recognize me as his master? If he really doesn't recognize me as his master, isn't that what you want? If you join hands with him, you might be able to kill me. Won't that make you feel better? I don't dare. Yi Xuanma was so scared that he hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Since the battle with Yi Xian and he was beaten up by Yi Xian, he fully understood that he was weak and pitiful in front of Yi Xian. Even if he wanted to take revenge. Alright, you and I are reunited. This is a happy occasion. Master will stay here for a few days and wait for your junior brother to come, Yi Xian said. Master, you can stay for as long as you want. However, I have a request. Yi Xuanma rolled his eyes and said. What's the matter? Yi Xian asked. Master, you are wise. Although Jintian Palace no longer exists, there are many old officials who have gone into seclusion. As long as you raise your arm and call for help, these people will definitely reappear. Jintian Palace will also reappear in the world. I am not talented, but I am willing to do this for you. I also want to restore the glory of Jintian Palace. Yi Xuanma kowtowed and said. Let me think about it. Yi Xian did not agree to Yi Xuanma's request. He could naturally see through Yi Xuanma's thoughts. Yi Xuanma only wanted to use his name to summon some Tongtian powerhouses of Jintian Palace. After all, when he was still around, Jintian Palace was at its peak. There were countless immortal realm cultivators. Moreover, since the 11th Yuan Hui, many of them had become half-step omnipotent. If he could gather these old people, they would immediately form the most terrifying orthodoxy. Yi Xuanma knew very well that Yi Xian rarely participated in the management of orthodoxies. As an omnipotent, he could naturally lead these Tongtian powerhouses. This matter would not only please Yi Xian, but also help him. It was a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Yi Xuanma naturally would not let go of this opportunity. However, Yi Xian had his own thoughts. When Jintian Palace fell apart, Fatso Huang and the others went into seclusion. This time, he had returned and his thoughts of rebuilding Jintian Palace had already faded. After all, with his current cultivation, rebuilding Jintian Palace was not important to him. This was because the omnipotent of eternity was just so in his eyes. His vision was not limited to the disputes of orthodoxies. Moreover, Yi Xian did not want Fatso Huang and the others to be involved in the disputes again. It was better to live a carefree life in seclusion. As for the reunion of old friends, Yi Xian would naturally look for them after everything was settled. Master has one more thing to ask you. Yi Xian said. Master, please go ahead. Yi Xuanma hurriedly said. Who is the current Lord of Immortality? Have you seen him before? Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. Lord of Immortality. Yi Xuanma was stunned and a look of confusion appeared on his face. He then shook his head and said, Master, I'm sorry, but after Yi Fengtian attained Tao, Wan Hongling and I also became omnipotent. Originally, the Lord of Immortality was killed by you, and the position of omnipotent was lacking. However, not many years later, someone took over the Undying Heaven Lord's position. This disciple has seen this person before. However, this person always wears a devil mask. Even this disciple has never seen his true appearance. Oh. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He remembered very clearly that back then, 7 great experts surrounded the Lord of Immortality and completely destroyed his body and soul. At that time, he doubted whether the Lord of Immortality could be resurrected. Unfortunately, in the end, he waited for a long time, but the Lord of Immortality did not appear. At this moment, he was very suspicious that the Lord of Immortality now was the Lord of Immortality of the past. Chapter 1738. Perhaps he had sensed the doubts in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xuanhua replied in a deep voice, Master, your disciple can guarantee that this person is definitely not the undying Heaven Lord of the past. Even though he also cultivates the power of nirvana and wears a mask all year round, his aura is completely different from the undying Heaven Lord of the past. Your disciple can guarantee that he is definitely not the undying Heaven Lord of the past. No matter what, Yi Xuanhua was one of the strongest in history. His senses could not be wrong. Hearing Yi Xuanhua's words, Yi Xian nodded his head slowly. He knew that this undying Heaven Lord might not be the same person from the past. But Yi Xuanhua hesitated. But what? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He could sense that Yi Xuanhua had something to say. I don't know if it's just your disciple's imagination. Even though this undying Heaven Lord is always wearing a mask, your disciple still has a sense of familiarity with him. It's as though I've seen him somewhere before. Yi Xuanhua said doubtfully. Familiarity? Yi Xian's brows twitched as he squinted his eyes. Just this single sentence from Yi Xian was enough to make Yi Xian think of many things. For Yi Xuanhua to feel a sense of familiarity, it meant that he might have seen this undying Heaven Lord before. And if Yi Xuanhua had seen him before, he should have seen him before as well. But who could this person be? This question appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Somehow, he could sense that this new undying Heaven Lord might be someone he was familiar with as well. Rumble. Before Yi Xian could even think about it, two extremely horrifying auras came from the outside world. This caused Yi Xian's thoughts to turn back, and Yi Xuanhua to be even more shocked. Master, Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling are here. Yi Xuanhua was way too familiar with the two of them. Just by their auras alone, he knew who they were. He could even sense that they were heading towards the extreme demonic palace. Yes. Yi Xian nodded his head slowly, as the senior brother, you should act like one. Go and welcome them here to meet me. Yes, Master. Yi Xuanhua did not dare to be careless. He strode out of the heavenly palace of the extreme demonic heaven, but there was a hint of gloating in his eyes. In fact, there was one thing that Yi Xian had not told Yi Xian, and that was that Yi Fengtian was walking the great Tao of life. His path was completely different from Yi Xian's. Perhaps even Yi Xian, his master, might not recognize him. The outside world. Junior brother Fengtian, junior sister Hongling, the two of you really came. Yi Xuanhua strode toward the two of them. Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling frowned, but they did not say anything. After all, the three of them had the same master, and Yi Xuanhua could indeed be called their eldest senior brother. Is master really with you? Yi Fengtian, who was dressed in white, was surrounded by the power of life. His expression was solemn. Of course. Master ordered me to take you two to see him. I'm sure junior brother and junior sister must miss master very much after not seeing him for so many years, right? Yi Xuanhua sneered. Yi Xuanhua, don't try to be mysterious. If I remember correctly, you're the one who hates master the most, aren't you? Wan Hongling was dressed in red. Since she became the master of human Tao, she was no longer a young girl. Instead, she had a faint aura of human Tao. Junior sister, don't accuse a good person. I've always respected master. I'm not like someone who says she's filial but secretly makes enemies with master, Yi Xuanhua sneered. Yi Xuanhua, I don't want to make things difficult for you today. Take me to master, Yi Fengtian said coldly. Alright, come with me if you dare. Yi Xuanhua sneered. He beckoned the two of them and walked toward the heavenly palace of the extreme demonic. Along the way, the entire heavenly palace of the extreme demonic was shocked. Everyone knew that the lord of the extreme demonic and the lord of Fengtian were enemies. It could be said that they would not rest until one of them was dead. However, today, they were walking together. Moreover, there was a human Tao master with them. Many people in the extreme demonic palace already knew that Yi Xuanhua was Yi Xian's disciple. Now that they saw the two supreme masters arriving in person, they were even more shocked. Could these two supreme masters be related to the great ancestor Yi Xian? Could it be? Could these two supreme masters be the disciples of the great ancestor Yi Xian? When this shocking rumor appeared, everyone in the extreme demonic palace was shocked. However, no one dared to go to the heavenly palace of the extreme demonic to peek. However, this rumor began to spread. At the heavenly palace of the extreme demonic, Yi Xian leaned lazily on the supreme master's throne. He rested his chin on one hand and narrowed his eyes, looking at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the extreme demonic. Thud, thud, thud. Following a series of footsteps, the three supreme masters entered the heavenly palace at the same time. When Yi Fengtian looked up, Yi Xian's face was already reflected in his eyes. In that instant, he was in a trance. Time seemed to have stopped. Space seemed to have frozen. At this moment, Yi Fengtian's body was stiff. He was rooted to the spot. It was not only Yi Fengtian. Beside him, Wan Hongling was the same. Her beautiful eyes were extremely complicated. She did not dare to look at Yi Xian's eyes. What's wrong? Yi Xuanma's lips curled up. He said with a hint of mockery, "Junior brothers and sisters, have you forgotten the basic respect for your master?" As soon as Yi Xuanma finished speaking, Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling came back to their senses. Yi Fengtian's expression was complicated. However, he still walked toward Yi Xian. Wan Hongling did not dare to be slow. She followed closely behind him. Disciple Yi Fengtian greets master. Disciple Wan Hongling greets master. At this moment, Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling directly knelt down. They even solemnly kowtowed 3 times to Yi Xian. Yi Xuanma looked at the two kowtowing to Yi Xian. He frowned slightly. Originally, according to his guess, these two would not give in so easily. He did not expect them to acknowledge Yi Xian as their master. This was not the result he wanted to see. However, although Yi Xuanma was disappointed, he did not want to sow discord. After all, Yi Xian was right in front of him. If he wanted to do something, it would only backfire. Good, good, good. The two of you did not disappoint me. Both of you have become supreme masters. Rise, both of you. Yi Xian was slightly gratified. Looking at the two children of the past becoming supreme masters, Yi Xian was happy. After all, these two were cultivated by him. To be able to become supreme masters, Yi Xian also felt proud. However, who was Yi Xian? From the moment Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling entered here, he clearly noticed that there was a hint of heaviness in their eyes. They did not have the kind of admiration that they used to have for him. However, people would change. Moreover, the two children of the past had become supreme masters. They were different from before. Yi Xian could understand. In Yi Xian's belief, as long as his disciples did not betray him, everything would be fine. However, if someone really dared to betray him, he could only be merciless. Heaven and earth would kill all traitors. Even the disciples that he valued were no exception. In terms of ruthlessness, if Yi Xian said that he was number 1, no one would dare to say that they were number 2. Along the way, he had even killed his childhood sweetheart with his own hands. For the sake of his cultivation, he even killed the moon fairy, let alone his so-called disciples. Chapter 1739. In this world, Yi Xian only considered Liu Baiyi as his family. Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen were half of his family. After all, ever since Yi Xian was young, he no longer had any family or friends. He had also seen through the evilness of people's hearts. Master, I thought you had died in the chaos divine punishment. I didn't expect you to survive. I'm really happy for you, Yi Fengtian said sincerely. Master's old bones are still tough. Although the chaos divine punishment is terrifying, it can't take my life. The person who can take my life hasn't been born yet, Yi Xian said with a smile. Master's cultivation is exceedingly high. We should have known, Wan Hongling interjected. Of course. Master will always be master. I, Yi Xian Mo, am willing to stay by master's side forever, unlike some people who are friends with master's enemies, Yi Xian Mo said coldly. Yi Xian Mo, I don't want to bicker with you today. I don't want to fight with you either. I will explain my situation to master. You better stop trying to drive a wedge between us, Yi Fengtian scolded Yi Xian Mo angrily. Humph, drive a wedge between us? Yi Xian Mo snorted. Since you dare to do it, why don't you dare to admit it? Don't forget that I am your senior brother. Is this how you talk to your senior brother? What kind of senior brother are you? If master wasn't here today, do you think Fengtian and I would have come? Wan Hongling retorted. Master, did you see that? They have no respect for their elders. Yi Xian Mo's face turned red. He complained to Yi Xian. Alright, stop arguing. The three of you are all my disciples, so why are you acting like enemies when you meet? If outsiders were to see you, wouldn't they laugh at me, Yi Xian, for being unable to teach you? Yi Xian frowned. Master, please calm down. The three of them hurriedly stopped their quarrel. Now was not the time to be hostile to each other. After all, Yi Xian was still here. Master, please come to the Life Shrine. I have already arranged a banquet to welcome you back. From now on, Hongling and I will be filial to you and make up for all the years you have taught us, Yi Fengtian said solemnly as he bowed. That's right, master. You should return with us. Right now, Fengtian is the leader of the 11th Yuan Hui. With him around, no one will be your enemy. Wan Hongling also advised. No, master still has his own matters to attend to. Now that I can see that you all have become the strongest, master is also very gratified. Yi Xian shook his head and refused. Master, what do you plan to do next? Yi Fengtian's expression was complicated, but he still asked this question. First kill Fate, then destroy Devourer. Your master still has to settle an old score with chaos and settle some karma with these utmost powerful beings. Yi Xian said calmly. Master is invincible. Your disciple is willing to follow by your side and serve master like a dog. Ever since he saw Yi Xian's invincible cultivation, Yi Xuanhua no longer dared to have any killing intent towards Yi Xian. At this moment, he was even more flattering towards Yi Xian. However, at this moment, Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling's expressions were also heavy. They did not express their stance like Yi Xuanhua. This also made Yi Xian look at them calmly. Naturally, he could feel the changes in the two. Why, junior brother Fengtian, junior sister Hongling, are you not willing to help master? Yi Xuanhua was very smart. How could he let go of this opportunity? He directly attacked the two of them. Master, your disciple has something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Yi Fengtian ignored Yi Xuanhua. His expression was solemn and respectful. He even bowed towards Yi Xian. Speak. Yi Xian said calmly. Yi Fengtian took a deep breath and finally opened his mouth. Master, ever since I achieved the Tao of life, I have experienced the difficulties of all living things. I know better than anyone how precious life is. If you really go and seek revenge from those powerful cultivators, you will definitely make the world suffer. Your disciple is here to beg you, Master. Please let go of the past grudges and follow me back to the Temple of Life. From now on, I will be by your side forever. I will be filial to you with Hongling. After Yi Fengtian finished speaking, he directly knelt down and solemnly kowtowed to Yi Xian 3 times. Master, please let go of the past grudges. Wan Hongling also knelt down and begged like Yi Fengtian. Let go of the past grudges. Looking at the two disciples begging on their knees, Yi Xian murmured. Then, he smiled. However, his smile was very, very cold. You two, get up. Yi Xian said lightly. Master, you agree? Yi Fengtian was surprised. Fengtian, do you still remember what I taught you? Yi Xian looked at Yi Fengtian indifferently and said, the Tao of heaven is merciless. It treats all living things like straw dogs. The Tao of heaven is merciless. It buries the souls of all living things. The 6 desires are merciless. The world is heartless. If I don't kill people, they will kill me. Back then, I was lucky enough to escape from their hands many times. You two want me to let go of the past grudges, but when did they ever let me go? Yi Xian said indifferently. But master, in front of life, everyone is equal. If you really start a war, the 5 regions of chaos will suffer. Billions of living things will be destroyed, Yi Fengtian begged. In front of life, everyone is equal. Nonsense. Bang! Yi Xian slammed the table and stood up. He looked at Yi Fengtian with a cold expression and said, let me tell you something. In this world, there has never been such a laughable saying like everyone is equal. The strong are like mountains, the weak are like dogs. Survival of the fittest. The so-called rules are set by the strong. The weak can only obey the rules set by the strong. It's like a child from a rich family and a child from a poor family. They are born unequal. What is the meaning of life is equal? The weak are like ants, the strong are like the nobility of the heavens. Why don't you go to the mortal world and take a look at how the rich and powerful bully the poor and destitute common people? Life and death, the strong are revered. My good disciple, have you forgotten the tribulation transcender technique I taught you? Didn't you use this technique to devour the cultivation of the weak to strengthen yourself? In front of life, everyone is equal. Don't you think this is the biggest joke? Yi Xian scolded Yi Fengtian, completely dismissing the idea of life is equal. Yi Fengtian was stunned. He wanted to refute Yi Xian's words, but when the words came to his mouth, he didn't know what to say. Yi Fengtian didn't dare to look at Yi Xian's eyes and said in a trembling voice, fine. Even if what master said is reasonable, as the master of the 11th Yuan Hui and a person who has achieved the Tao in this world, I will not allow you to start a war. Fengtian, you've grown up. So, you want to become my enemy? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed through his eyes. Chapter 1740. I wouldn't dare. Yi Fengtian kowtowed and said, Master, I am indebted to you for imparting your teachings to me. I would never dare to make an enemy out of you. However, I am grateful for the goodness of the heavens, so I implore you to let go of your grudges and stop killing. Return peace and prosperity to all living beings so that all living beings will be spared from suffering. Ha, ha. Yi Xian smiled, but his smile was cold. His disciple knew best that Yi Fengtian walked the path of life. Yi Xian had expected him to say something like that. However, Yi Xian's path was the opposite of his. In Yi Xian's eyes, the path of life was ridiculous. What if I don't agree? Yi Xian said, clasping his hands behind his back. If master doesn't agree, then disciple can only be unreasonable. Disciple will bring master back to the temple of life and serve by master's side forever. Yi Fengtian's eyes burned. He finally raised his head to look at Yi Xian. His eyes flashed with unwavering determination. Although Yi Fengtian's words were very reserved, the meaning was clear. If Yi Xian wasn't willing to let go of his grudge, then he could only fight him. Wan Hongling, what about you? Yi Xian smiled as he raised his eyes to look at Wan Hongling. Fengtian is my husband. I have to follow his wishes. I can only be unfilial. But I still hope you can change your mind. Wan Hongling bit her lips. Good, good, good. Yi Xian clapped his hands and laughed. It's been more than 700 million years. You've really grown up. Now you know how to oppose me. Since that's the case, let me see how much you've improved over the years. Boom. After Yi Xian finished speaking, his expression was ice cold. With a wave of his sleeve, the world shifted, and a few of them instantly disappeared from the Supreme Devil Heavenly Palace. When they reappeared, they were already hundreds of millions of kilometers away in the vast sky. The clouds and wind were changing in the vast sky. Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling's expressions were complicated. Yi Xian clasped his hands behind his back and looked at them indifferently. As for Yi Xian, he looked around. No one knew what he was thinking. Xian Mo, this is a great opportunity for you. Didn't you want to kill me? Now you're working with your two juniors. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yi Xian smiled. To be honest, Yi Xuanma's heart was restless. He naturally knew that this was an excellent opportunity. With the three of them working together and Yi Fengtian being a cultivator, they might really be able to kill Yi Xian. However, just as this thought arose in Yi Xian's mind, he raised his head to look at Yi Xian and saw the strange smile on Yi Xian's face. His heart fiercely trembled for a moment, and he instantly dispersed this thought. Are you kidding me? Yi Xian instantly calmed down. Yi Xian's beating of him was still vivid in his mind. Moreover, Yi Xian was his nightmare, a shadow that he could never erase. How could he dare to fight Yi Xian? Moreover, Yi Xian Mo was very sure that even if he really chose to join forces with Yi Fengtian and the others, he might not be able to kill Yi Xian. It was even more likely that he would die at Yi Xian's hands. Teacher's kindness to Xian Mo is as heavy as a mountain. How could disciple disobey his teacher? Yi Xian's eyes turned as he hurriedly bowed towards Yi Xian. You are indeed my good disciple. Yi Xian nodded. Master, don't force me and Hongling. We never wanted to be enemies with you. We only hope that you can let go of your grudges. As long as you let go of your grudges, we are willing to stay by your side forever and be filial to you. At this moment, Yi Fengtian was still begging. He really didn't want to fight with Yi Xian because he always respected Yi Xian. Without Yi Xian, he wouldn't be where he was today. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. I can train the strongest and I can also destroy you with my own hands. Let me see how strong my two disciples are after all these years, Yi Xian said. Master, don't force me. Rumble. Green light filled the sky. Life was boundless. Yi Fengtian screamed in agony. The power of a cultivator suddenly erupted. Everything within 100 million miles was shaking. Master, I am unfilial. Swish. 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 Red clouds filled the sky. Wan Hongling was also releasing her power. Strands of karma filled the sky. Unfilial disciple. Yi Xian said. Facing the power of his two disciples, Yi Xian didn't care at all. He could teach them and he could also destroy them. Now that his two disciples were his enemies, Yi Xian's heart was filled with murderous intent. He was considering whether he should kill them or not. Master, I'm sorry. Boom. One had to admit that Yi Fengtian was indeed terrifying. He was a cultivator who walked his own path. His life force was earth-shattering. With one palm, the sky was collapsing. Master, I'm sorry. Swish. The karma red lines that filled the sky were densely packed, causing one to feel boundless fear. The terrifying karma energy wrapped around Yi Xian. The two supreme experts attacking at the same time did indeed have a terrifying might that shook the heavens and the earth. Showing off in front of an expert. Rumble. Terrifying gates opened behind Yi Xian. There were a total of 12 gates that had existed since the beginning of time. They rotated behind Yi Xian. Boom! Yi Xian slapped out with his palm. His 5 fingers were as heavy as the heavens. With just a single strike, he shattered Yi Fengtian's most powerful technique into pieces. But it was not over yet. Yi Xian grabbed at the karma strands that were attacking him. With a terrifying boom, the karma strands were torn apart by Yi Xian. Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling looked at each other and saw the heavy look in each other's eyes. They always knew Yi Xian was strong, but they didn't expect Yi Xian to be so strong that he could easily shatter their combined attack. Fight! The two of them had solemn expressions as they charged towards Yi Xian. The power of life and the power of karma intertwined as their supreme divine might was released in a terrifying manner. Bang! Bang! The sky cracked and the sky exploded. The two disciples joined forces to fight Yi Xian. Every attack was terrifying to the extreme. Yi Xian dealt with them calmly. No matter how hard the two tried, they couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. If that's all you have, and you dare to go against me, then I've really overestimated you. As Yi Xian spoke, his 5 fingers pressed down on the two disciples. The world within 100 million miles turned dark. A giant hand appeared and slammed down on the two. Bang! Mountains and rivers exploded, and the clouds collapsed. This attack directly sent the two disciples flying, and they only managed to stabilize themselves after flying for a distance of 1,000,000 miles. Hiss! Yi Xian Mo, who was watching from the side, gasped. He looked at Yi Xian with even more respect. Terrifying. Terrifying to the extreme. One had to know that Wan Hongling was on par with him, and Yi Fengtian was a cultivator who had achieved the Tao in this world. In terms of cultivation, Yi Fengtian was above him. However, when the two of them joined forces to fight Yi Xian, they were still at a disadvantage. Chapter 1741. Could it be that Yi Xian had already stepped into the Forbidden Realm? A shocking thought appeared in Yi Xian's mind, but he quickly dispelled this absurd thought. This was because Yi Xian didn't have the light of death that was unique to taboo characters, so he definitely hadn't stepped into the taboo realm yet. However, Yi Xian could not understand. The Forbidden Realm was above the strongest of all ages. However, the strongest were obviously no match for Yi Xian. So, what was Yi Xian's cultivation level at this moment? Not to mention Yi Xian's lack of understanding, even the two disciples fighting Yi Xian were overwhelmed with shock. The two disciples had always known that Yi Xian was terrifyingly strong. He had even killed a strongest in the past. However, according to their calculations, Yi Xian would definitely not be a match for them if they joined forces. However, it seemed that this was not the case at all. They were obviously at a disadvantage. This could be seen from the exchange of blows just now. Above the dome, in the void, Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the two disciples calmly. His eyes were as deep as an ancient pond, without any ripples. Your cultivation level was given to you by me. However, you actually used it to go against me. Today, I will teach you how to use the force of life and the force of karma. Rumble. As Yi Xian finished speaking, he formed a seal with both hands. Mysterious lines spread from his fingertips. The world suddenly turned illusory. Mysterious ripples spread in the sky, accompanied by a terrifying power. Eternal Dream. At this moment, Yi Xian used the Eternal Dream. Of course, the Eternal Dream that Yi Xian used was not the art of entering dreams. Instead, it was the opportunity of reincarnation that he had experienced in the Eternal Dream. Wind, rise. Woo woo woo. Chaotic gales howled in the sky. Rain, fall. Whoosh, whoosh, it was raining heavily. The sky was like a curtain. Thunder, descend. Crack. Billions of lightning snakes shook the sky. Life begins and ends. Everything comes from death to life. End. Rumble. The next moment, something extremely terrifying happened. Yi Xian's body burst with the life force of the Tong Tian. With a wave of his hand, the world darkened. When he raised his hand, all things sprouted. The life force that filled the world turned into a rolling river. Following Yi Xian's attack, it directly suppressed Yi Fengtian. How is this possible? Such a scene made Yi Xuanma exclaim in shock. He could not believe his eyes. Everyone knew that Yi Fengtian had comprehended the great Tao of life. His life energy could shake the heavens, and he had even become a Tao enlightened one. But what did Yi Xian see now? Yi Xian was actually using his life force, and it was even more terrifying than Yi Fengtian's. This was simply a fantasy, and it was even more terrifying than Yi Fengtian's life force. Yi Xian wasn't the only one who was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Even Yi Fengtian himself was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what was happening. Rumble. The surging river of life force was like a silver river that hung upside down from the 9 heavens as it swept towards Yi Fengtian. This also caused Yi Fengtian to wake up in shock. He could only brace himself to receive Yi Xian's attack. Sky Seal. Rumble. Yi Fengtian drew a circle with his palms. He pushed his cultivation to the extreme and rushed toward Yi Xian's attack. Bang! Barf! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Yi Fengtian's mouth. He couldn't resist Yi Xian's attack at all. His entire body was blown away by this attack. Even his body cracked like a spider web. Sky Seal! Wan Hongling exclaimed. She waved her hand and gathered the supreme power of karma. She attacked Yi Xian. I'm the one who taught you the way of karma. How dare you show off in front of me? Yi Xian coldly said. He raised 2 of his fingers into the sky, causing the wind and rain in this area to instantly dissipate. The red lines that filled the sky rose up in a terrifying manner. The mysterious karma energy was born at the tip of his finger, and with a single finger, he suppressed Wan Hongling. Rumble. Tong Tian pierced the ground and everything fell silent. This finger was known as the finger of karma. This finger could crush everything. It could even destroy the world. Boom! The power of karma that Wan Hongling unleashed shattered. The finger of karma pressed down on her body and sent her flying. Blood flowed out of her body. What was the eternal dream? It was mentioned before that the eternal dream was the most dangerous forbidden technique that Yi Xian had obtained. Although it was not as powerful as the forbidden heavenly technique, it was still much more terrifying than other forbidden techniques. Yi Xian had been immersed in the eternal dream for more than 700 million years. He had even crossed a Yuan Hui. The things that he had experienced were unimaginable to outsiders. The most terrifying thing about the eternal dream was that it could turn any method and Tao that Yi Xian had seen into his own. He could even turn into anyone he had seen. In the eternal dream, Yi Xian had turned into too many people. Some were his friends, some were his enemies, and of course, some were his disciples. Another thing that was even more terrifying was that Yi Xian had turned into a forbidden character in the eternal dream. He had even deduced their methods and Tao. This was also why, although Yi Xian was not as powerful as a forbidden character, he was confident that he would be invincible against a forbidden character. Let's put it this way. Not to mention the life force that Yi Xian had comprehended, he could even use the so-called chaos force and destiny force of the 3 most powerful forces in the primal chaos. After all, Yi Xian was the only one who knew how terrifying the eternal dream was. Otherwise, he would not have been trapped in the eternal dream and almost never be able to wake up again. As the saying went, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Although the eternal dream was extremely dangerous, the benefits were also unimaginable. Boom! 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 It was as if the heavens were pressing down, as if the vast universe was trembling. Yi Xian walked step by step towards his two disciples. The 12 heavenly gates behind him existed for eternity, and the might they released shook the entire primal chaos. Master, kill these two unfilial disciples. Boom! Yi Xian was a little too smart. When he sensed Yi Xian's invincible and terrifying cultivation base, he instantly appeared in front of Yi Xian and released his extreme demonic power. He wanted to help Yi Xian suppress his two disciples on the spot. This was a great flattery. Back off. Yi Xian said coldly. Yi Xian's face trembled. He hurriedly withdrew his extreme demonic power and then retreated from the battlefield. He knew that Yi Xian did not want him to participate. Feng Tian, Hongling, you should know my temperament. Anyone who goes against me must die. Rumble. Like the heavens and earth, he was invincible. At this moment, Yi Xian was too terrifying. The 12 gates of eternity suppressed the world and the eternal dream swept across the heavens. Moreover, his secret arts were earth-shattering. How could the so-called strongest be in his eyes? Master, if you don't have the heart to do it, as their senior brother, I am willing to end them for you. Yi Xian said cruelly. There was even a hint of gloating in his eyes. At this moment, Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling supported each other. Their faces were pale and there were traces of blood at the corner of their mouths. Yi Xian's attack just now had caused extremely serious injuries to them. Master is master. Even if I have become a strongest, in terms of cultivation base, there is still an insurmountable gap between me and you. Yi Fengtian said bitterly. Master, please turn back. Don't force Fengtian anymore. Even if your cultivation base has surpassed the strongest, you are still no match for Fengtian. Wan Hongling bit her lips and said. Chapter 1742. It seems you still haven't given up, said Yi Xian indifferently. Master, we never wanted to be enemies with you. As long as you turn back now and return to the life shrine with me, I will still be filial to you, said Yi Fengtian bitterly. Turn back. Yi Xian sneered. Fengtian, so many years have passed. Although you've become a supreme expert, you still haven't truly grown up. A person's path has to be walked by himself. There's no turning back. Master, forgive me for being unfilial today. I can only suppress you. But don't worry, I will always be by your side and be filial to you, said Yi Fengtian. Yi Fengtian's expression was sorrowful. He slowly pushed Wan Hongling away, then knelt in the air and kowtowed towards Yi Xian, as if he'd already made a decision in his heart. A supreme expert of the present age. Seeing Yi Fengtian kowtowing, Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He had already guessed Yi Fengtian's plan. It was mentioned before that all supreme experts of the present age were supported by the will of the chaotic universe. Even the 3 supreme experts of the chaotic universe couldn't do anything to them. This was the reason why they could be called the ruler of a Yuan Hui. Yi Fengtian was a supreme expert of the present age and the master of the 11th Yuan Hui. He was supported by the will of the entire chaotic universe. This was where his true strength lay. Come, let me see how strong you are. Don't disappoint me, said Yi Xian indifferently. Master, I've been rude. Rumble. At this moment, Yi Fengtian slowly stood up. A mysterious and majestic aura bloomed from his body. The world within 100 million miles darkened. A mysterious and terrifying heavenly might came from the chaotic universe. Bang bang bang. The sky exploded, the void shattered, and the stars in the sky froze. The vast sea of stars poured down from the starry sky. Yi Fengtian was extremely majestic. At this moment, he was both Yi Fengtian and the will of the chaotic universe. He had truly become the master of the 11th Yuan Hui. He could be said to be an invincible existence of the chaotic universe. As expected, you've become much stronger. Yi Xian grinned and nodded approvingly. At that moment, Yi Fengtian made him feel threatened. That was enough to prove how terrifying cultivators were. Chaotic Divine Fist. Suddenly, Yi Fengtian threw his head back and roared. He slowly raised his fists as if he was trying to lift up the entire Chaosverse. The mysterious might of the chaos bloomed from his fists, causing the world to slowly explode. Rumble. Finally. Yi Fengtian threw a punch at Yi Xian. This punch caused the chaos to tremble. Heaven and earth mourn. This punch could split the heavens and earth. This punch could shatter anything. Interesting. Yi Xian was invigorated. Facing the primal chaos divine fist, his eyes opened and closed. Reincarnation reversed, and he raised his fists as well. The sky-burying reincarnation light fist radiance flashed terrifyingly. Eternal reincarnation fist. Rumble. Eternal samsara, chaos annihilation. There was nothing fancy about Yi Xian's punch. His fist could bury the heavens and destroy the earth. His fist reincarnated all things. This punch of his could break both the past and the present. Rumble. The master and disciple threw their fists at each other at the same time. The two dazzling fist radiance broke through the heavens and the earth, causing Yi Xuanma and Wan Hongling to retreat in horror. Bang! Finally. The master and disciple collided with each other, and the eruption of terrifying power filled the world for hundreds of millions of miles. Mountains and rivers shattered, and everything turned to ashes. Nothing could survive this attack. Even Yi Xuanma and Wan Hongling, who were hit by the aftershocks, were sent flying. This proved how terrifying the master and disciple's attack was. Not bad, you have indeed improved a lot. Suddenly, Yi Xian's indifferent voice was heard. In the exploded sky, Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. Yi Fengtian's face was solemn, and his eyes were trembling. Why did this happen? Yi Fengtian looked at his hands in confusion. He was so terrifying with the support of the will of the Chaosverse, but why couldn't he suppress his master? He couldn't understand. Even if his master had surpassed the strongest, he was still a Tao enlightened one. Why couldn't he suppress his master? Yi Xian indifferently said as he gazed at Yi Fengtian's bewildered appearance, "Come again. Let master see how much ability you have as a cultivator of this era." Rumble. Chaotic Divine Fist, Infinite Technique. Yi Fengtian once again unleashed the supreme power of a Tao enlightened one. He even borrowed the power of the Chaosverse to support himself. He swung his arms again and attacked Yi Xian. Bang! 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 Heaven and earth shook, and everything fell silent. When Yi Fengtian attacked Yi Xian again, Yi Xian's expression didn't change. The 12 heavenly gates rotated behind him. No matter how many terrifying fist radiance this traitorous disciple threw, Yi Xian blocked them all. The so-called Tao enlightened one is nothing more than this. Yi Xian said coldly. He suddenly raised his 5 fingers as if he was going to crush the entire starry sky. The terrifying sky burial reincarnation torrent wreaked havoc in the heavens and earth. Boom! Yi Xian's palm descended towards this traitorous disciple of his. Heaven and earth exploded for hundreds of millions of miles, and a supreme might that surpassed the might of the ancient times erupted. Bang! One hit. It was just a single blow. Yi Fengtian was sent flying. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. His flesh was exploding, and he no longer looked like a human. How can this be? When Wan Hongling and Yi Xian saw this scene, they gasped in shock. They couldn't believe their eyes. Although they knew that Yi Xian was very strong, Yi Fengtian was a Tao enlightened one. He also had the support of the will of the Chaosverse and could borrow the power of the Chaosverse. How could he not be a match for Yi Xian? Crushed. It was a complete and utter suppression. He didn't even have a chance to resist, let alone fight Yi Xian. Boom! 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 The primal chaos trembled as Yi Xian walked step by step towards Yi Fengtian. When he arrived in front of Yi Fengtian, he looked down at him in a condescending manner. Fengtian, I used to think highly of you. But now, you have disappointed me, Yi Xian said calmly. Master. I haven't lost yet. Yi Fengtian was bathed in blood. The power of life surrounded him. He struggled to get up from the void. Clearly, he didn't want to fall in front of Yi Xian. Bang! The 6 desires are emotionless, and the world is heartless. Without waiting for Yi Fengtian to get up, Yi Xian swung his palm and directly slapped Yi Fengtian's face, sending him flying and fiercely smashing into the ground. Boom! Yi Xian took a step forward and once again appeared in front of Yi Fengtian. Yi Fengtian fell to the ground like a pile of mud, and blood continuously flowed out from all over his body. His entire body was in a muddle-headed state. Even though he was a Tao enlightened one, he was still nothing in front of Yi Xian. This was because he wasn't on the same level as Yi Xian. Back in the day, the ancient shadow fought against the 10 most powerful beings alone. The 10 most powerful beings couldn't even raise their heads. The Lord of all spirits was a Tao enlightened one, but he couldn't resist at all. Chapter 1743. Even though Yi Xian wasn't a taboo realm cultivator and his cultivation level was much lower than Yi Xian's, he wasn't a match for Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Yi Fengtian, who was twitching on the ground like a dead dog. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth and his life force was weakening. However, there was no pity in Yi Xian's eyes. Stand up. Yi Xian said calmly. When Yi Xian's voice sounded in Yi Fengtian's ears, Yi Fengtian's muddled eyes focused. He trembled as he supported himself with his arms, wanting to get up. However, his entire body was trembling violently, and his body was cracking inch by inch. His injuries were too severe. Even though he had cultivated an omnipotent body, he still suffered unimaginable damage under Yi Xian's attacks. Eternal reincarnation, destruction of chaos. This wasn't just a saying. It was an indescribable horror. It was said that omnipotent beings were immortal. However, under Yi Xian's reincarnation profound, even omnipotent beings couldn't do anything. Ah! Yi Fengtian roared. He finally got up with great willpower. He didn't want to be weak in front of Yi Xian. He wanted to show Yi Xian that he didn't do anything wrong. Bang! Yi Xian slapped Yi Fengtian once again, fiercely slapping him in the face, sending him flying once again. He directly smashed a human-shaped crater into the ground. Stand up! Yi Xian's voice rang out again. It was as emotionless as before. There was no pity in it at all. Wah! Yi Xian's slap was too heavy. It once again caused Yi Fengtian to spit out a mouthful of blood. The flesh all over his body exploded, revealing his bones. Master! I didn't do anything wrong. You're wrong. Ah! Yi Fengtian's right arm was broken. He used his left arm to support himself on the ground. He roared in grief and indignation. He was still trying to stand up. Finally, Yi Fengtian shakily stood up once more, but before he could stabilize himself, Yi Xian sent him flying with a backhand slap. Bang! Yi Fengtian smashed into the ground again. This time, he had completely fainted. Even the life force around him had completely dissipated. Dark red blood flowed out from under his body. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Fengtian was still breathing weakly, everyone would have thought that he was dead. Master, I was wrong. Please spare Fengtian's life. If you really want to kill me, then kill me. All of a sudden, Wan Hongling rushed over. With tears in her eyes, she held on to Yi Xian, who was seriously injured and unconscious. She turned around and pleaded with Yi Xian. Qi. Yi Xuanma arrived right after him. When he saw Yi Fengtian's miserable state, his heart turned cold and he couldn't help but shiver. When he thought about how he had dared to attack Yi Xian, he felt a lingering fear. Boom! Yi Xian struck out with his palm and sent Wan Hongling flying, causing her to spit out blood. Dong, dong, dong. Yi Xian walked towards Yi Fengtian step by step. With every step he took, the entire world trembled in fear, causing Wan Hongling to cry out in grief and plead for mercy. What a pity! Yi Xian turned a deaf ear to her pleas. His face was cold and emotionless. When he arrived in front of Yi Fengtian, he looked down at him and said in a cold and emotionless voice. Stand up. However, this time, Yi Fengtian had completely fainted. He had no strength to stand up and he couldn't hear what Yi Xian was saying to him. Boom! The next moment, something that made Yi Xuanma and Wan Hongling's hair stand on end happened. They were so scared that they were speechless. Crack! Yi Xian stomped on Yi Fengtian's knee with his right foot. With the sound of bones breaking, Yi Fengtian, who had fainted, cried out in pain. Ah! Under the pain of broken bones, Yi Fengtian woke up. Stand up! Yi Xian's voice was heard again. Mas! Master! Yi Fengtian cried out weakly. He tried his best to stand up but his injuries were too serious. He was still in a daze. Ah! Crack! Suddenly, Yi Xian raised his foot and broke Yi Fengtian's other knee. The intense pain made Yi Fengtian cry out in pain. His dazed mind started to recover from the pain. Since you think I am wrong, then stand up and tell me, Yi Xian said indifferently. Ah! This time, Yi Fengtian roared in grief and indignation. His 4 limbs were already broken and there was not a single part of his body that was still intact. He kept knocking his forehead against the ground, using his indomitable will to lift half of his body off the ground. Yi Xian looked at his rebellious disciple indifferently. This time, he didn't do anything. He let Yi Fengtian hit the ground with his forehead, trying his best to lift his upper body off the ground. This scene was unbearable to watch. Even Yi Xian Mo, who wanted Yi Fengtian to die, couldn't bear to watch. Fengtian, hurry up and apologize to Master, Wan Hongling advised from afar. However, Yi Fengtian turned a deaf ear to her. He kept pressing his forehead against the ground and used the last of his strength to lift his upper body up. Finally, Yi Fengtian succeeded. Although his broken knees were badly mangled and his arms were swaying in front of him, his upper body was still upright. He looked straight at Yi Xian. Good. As expected of a disciple that I, Yi Xian, raised. Even in this situation, you are still unyielding. Yi Xian nodded slowly. Master, I didn't do anything wrong. I just want to ask you to let go of the grudges of the past, let go of the obsession in your heart, and let go of all the lives in the world, Yi Fengtian pleaded weakly. His gaze was firm and strong. Looking at Yi Fengtian's determined gaze, Yi Xian fell silent. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. So, this is your law and Tao. This is your Tao heart. Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the universe and sighed. Lord of Fengtian. Why not call him the Lord of Life? Yi Fengtian walked the path of life. He also walked the path of life. That was how he became the Lord of the 11th Yuan Hui. However, the path he walked was the opposite of Yi Xian's. In order to save the world, Yi Fengtian didn't hesitate to fight against Yi Xian. It wasn't that Yi Fengtian betrayed Yi Xian. It was just that his Tao was the opposite of Yi Xian's. Yi Xian was a master of killing, but his disciple believed in the principle of life above all. This was where the conflict between master and disciple lay. At this moment, Yi Xian thought of an old friend. An old friend of his from the human world. Gu Xiaoxiao. This woman was the same back then. She was a kind and sincere person. Unfortunately, she died in Yi Xian's arms. Even in death, she believed that the world was kind. At this moment, Yi Xian felt like he had gone through a reincarnation cycle. The things that happened back then were happening to his disciple again. At this moment, Yi Xian felt some regret. He regretted accepting Yi Fengtian as his disciple back then. That was why this battle between master and disciple happened. Fengtian, let me ask you, what is life? Yi Xian was silent for a long time. Then, he looked at Yi Fengtian again and asked a seemingly simple question. Chapter 1744. Life is simple, and the Grand Tao is boundless. Because of life, the entire universe exists. If life were to fade away, the chaos verse would cease to exist. Yi Xian gave a direct answer. You're wrong. Yi Xian slowly shook his head. All things are born to nourish man, but man has nothing to repay the heavens with. In the chaos verse, all life is insatiably greedy. They are the parasites of the universe, eating away at the chaos verse with each passing day. From birth to death, every living being eats away at everything around them. Babies need to breathe, mortals need to eat grains, and cultivators need to cultivate. They need to plunder all the resources in the chaos verse, all for the sake of their own survival. This is the true essence of life. We cultivators defy the heavens, but rather than fighting for our own lives, we plunder all the resources that can keep us alive. Whether it's killing or plundering, it's nothing more than a manifestation of the continuation of life. What do you think the strongest are? The strongest are nothing more than slaves of the chaos verse. Are you confused as to why you're still no match for me even though you've achieved the Tao of the present age? Let me tell you something. You're just a slave of the chaos verse, borrowing the power of the chaos verse. I've long since broken through this boundary. That's why you're no match for me. Taboo figures never come into being. That's because they're the resistors of life. They're the biggest parasites of the chaos verse. The chaos verse wants to destroy them, but they do everything they can to survive. Yi Xian spoke a lot, but the more he spoke, the more perplexed Yi Fengtian became. He was even more confused about the Tao of life. You've achieved the Tao of the present age, and you're the master of the 11th Aeon. But have you ever wondered why the chaos verse has 12 eons? What happens after the 12 eons? In the distant, unknown past, there existed a previous chaos verse. From destruction to rebirth, this is the so-called cycle of reincarnation. Life is nothing but a joke in the face of the chaos verse. Yi Xian didn't know if he was talking to Yi Fengtian or talking to himself. By the time he finished, Yi Fengtian was completely lost. After a long time, he stared blankly at Yi Xian. Master, where is my Tao? The Tao is in your heart, Yi Xian replied calmly. The Tao is in your heart. Yi Fengtian was confused. But I don't know if the Tao in my heart is right or wrong. There is no right or wrong in this world, only strong or weak. If you think it's right, then it's right. If you think it's wrong, then it's definitely wrong. Yi Xian lightly said. I don't understand. Yi Fengtian said bitterly. It doesn't matter if you understand or not, Yi Xian said. Although you've achieved the Tao of the present age, you've only achieved the Tao of the chaos verse. You haven't clearly understood your own Tao. When you break free from the shackles of the chaos verse, you'll understand where your Tao is. In truth, there was something Yi Xian didn't say. If one day, Yi Fengtian truly broke free from the shackles of the chaos verse and truly understood his own Tao, then he would be able to break free from the omnipotence and become a forbidden figure. This was because every forbidden figure understood their relationship with the Chaos Verse. Only then would they be able to walk a heaven-defying path. This was why the Chaos Verse didn't tolerate forbidden figures. Even now, Yi Xian could faintly sense an invisible will pressing down on him. It constantly gave him a sense of danger. Silence. Heaven and earth were silent. At this moment, Yi Fengtian was still confused. He hadn't reached Yi Xian's level yet, so he couldn't see his own body clearly. "I've disobeyed you, Master. Please kill me." Finally, Yi Fengtian broke the silence. He bitterly begged Yi Xian. "Master, please don't." Wan Hongling's expression was sorrowful. She crawled over to Yi Fengtian and bitterly begged Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian looked at his two traitorous disciples indifferently. There wasn't the slightest ripple in his eyes. Beside him, Yi Xian's expression kept changing. He didn't know if Yi Xian would kill the two of them. Xuanma, heal their injuries and imprison them in the demonic heavenly palace forever. Without my permission, they're not allowed to take half a step out of the palace. Finally, Yi Xian calmly gave his two traitorous disciples a sentence. He stepped out and returned to the demonic heavenly palace. "Yes, Master." Yi Xuanma's eyes flickered. He hurriedly agreed, grabbed Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling, and turned into a beam of light to follow Yi Xian. In fact, according to Yi Xian's temperament, the two traitorous disciples should have died for disobeying him. It wasn't that Yi Xian felt pity for them, nor was it that he didn't have the heart to kill them. It was that whether or not he killed the two traitorous disciples was of no use to Yi Xian. Because Yi Xian clearly knew that even if he killed the two traitorous disciples today, someone else would take their place in the future. Although the two traitorous disciples disobeyed him, they didn't really betray Yi Xian. It was just that Yi Xian's Tao of life was the opposite of Yi Xian's. Therefore, sparing the two traitorous disciples' lives was very useful to Yi Xian. Although Yi Fengtian disobeyed him, he never really wanted to be enemies with Yi Xian. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Xian spared their lives. Moreover, Yi Xian faintly deduced that Yi Fengtian's current state was inseparably related to the three paragons. Needless to say, the Lord of Space and Yi Xian were close friends. However, fate and chaos were different. After countless years, Yi Fengtian must have had a very deep relationship with the two. As mentioned before, the Chaos Verse had three fundamental edicts: chaos, fate, space, and time. None of these edicts could be missing. The three paragons could be said to be the true representatives of the Chaos Verse. Yi Fengtian's Tao of life was pure and simple. He was easily bewitched by chaos and fate. Of course, this was all Yi Xian's speculation. However, Yi Xian was certain that Yi Fengtian's transformation had something to do with the three paragons. The Paramount Demonic Palace. Clang! With a loud bang, the door of the divine prison was slammed shut. Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling were thrown into the divine prison. Without Yi Xian's permission, they would never be able to take half a step out of the palace. "Junior brother, junior sister, since Master has confined you here, you can stay here with peace of mind. Don't say that I didn't take care of you. If you need anything, you can ask me. After all, you were unkind to me, but I can't be unkind to you." Ha ha ha. Yi Xian laughed proudly and left. Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling's aura was weak. They could only watch bitterly as Yi Xian left. The two paragons were imprisoned in the palace of the Paramount Demonic Palace. This was a disaster for them, but there was nothing they could do. After all, they were enemies of Yi Xian. "Fengtian, why don't you apologize to Master? Is it really okay to be so stubborn?" Inside the divine prison, Wan Hongling said bitterly. Yi Fengtian was silent. At this moment, his eyes were dazed. Clearly, he didn't know whether what he did was right or wrong. Sigh. Wan Hongling sighed. The husband and wife could only stay in the divine prison for the time being. They didn't know when Master would let them out. Chapter 1745. The Demonic Heavenly Palace. Yi Xian leaned lazily on the throne of the strongest. He rested his chin on one hand and fell into deep thought. His eyes were sometimes deep and sometimes dark. Master, I have already sent the two of them to the divine prison. Yi Xuanma strode over and bowed to Yi Xian. His face was full of reverence and devotion. Even his words were careful. This time, Yi Xuanma was completely convinced. He did not even dare to think of becoming enemies with Yi Xian. Among the three disciples, you are the most obedient. Not bad, not bad. Yi Xian praised Yi Xuanma. I don't dare. It is what I should do. Yi Xuanma hurriedly said humbly. Then, he paused for a moment and said, but I don't know if I should say something. Speak. Yi Xian said. Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling are both extremely strong. I'm afraid a small prison won't be able to trap them. Master, you're here, of course. But if you leave, I'm afraid the two of them. Yi Xian Mo hesitated. They don't dare. Yi Xian said. Master, you are mighty. I was stupid. Yi Xuanma's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly flattered his master. Indeed, a small divine prison would not be able to trap the two strongest. However, as long as Yi Xian was alive, the two of them would not dare to step out of the divine prison. Moreover, Yi Xuanma had already realized that his master did not kill the two of them because of their old friendship. He still needed to figure out his master's intentions. Master, you are kind. Not killing them is the greatest kindness you have shown them. I hope that the two of them can repent in time. Then, they will not let you down. Yi Xuanma smiled. Kind. Yi Xian smiled. He looked at Yi Xian and said, my good disciple, this is the first time someone has said that I'm benevolent. But you're right. I didn't kill them because I'm giving them a chance. It's also a grace to them. Yi Xuanma smiled awkwardly. However, he found it increasingly difficult to see through Yi Xian. He kept warning himself to speak less in front of Yi Xian in case he said something wrong and offended Yi Xian. Master, now that the two of them are locked up in the divine prison, the Life Sacred Hall and Human Tao Sacred Hall have no masters. If they don't show up for a long time, the two supreme orthodoxies will definitely change. Moreover, junior brother Fengtian is the master of the 11th Yuan Hui. If others were to know that he was imprisoned here, it would probably cause a huge commotion. Yi Xian Mo rolled his eyes and said. Just tell me what you're thinking. Yi Xian looked at Yi Xian Mo calmly. He saw through the other party's thoughts with a single glance. If Yi Xian guessed correctly, Yi Xian Mo wanted to take this opportunity to become the master of the 11th Yuan Hui. He also wanted to take over the two supreme orthodoxies. As expected. Yi Xian Mo's face flushed red. He bowed to Yi Xian and said, I'm not talented, but I'm willing to go through fire and water for Master. I'd like to boldly ask Master to support me as the master of the 11th Yuan Hui and take over the two supreme orthodoxies. This way, I can work better for Master. After Yi Xian Mo finished speaking, he looked at Yi Xian nervously. He did not know if Yi Xian would agree to his request. Yi Xian Mo was a person who knew how to adapt to circumstances. He also knew that he was just a tool in Yi Xian's hands. To put it bluntly, even if he turned into a supreme expert, he was just a lackey in the eyes of Yi Xian. He would bite whoever Yi Xian asked him to. However, Yi Xian Mo was very clear about the reality. Even if he had to be a lackey, he wanted to be the strongest lackey. So what if he was extremely lowly in front of Yi Xian? In the outside world, he was a supreme existence. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Xian's 5 fingers knocked on the table. He kept making rhythmic sounds, as if he was considering Yi Xian Mo's suggestion. Yi Xian Mo was also waiting nervously. He did not know if Yi Xian would agree to his request. All right. Finally, after 10 breaths, Yi Xian nodded slowly and agreed to Yi Xian Mo's request. Yi Xian Mo was overjoyed. He quickly kowtowed to Yi Xian to express his gratitude. However, Yi Xian Mo's heart skipped a beat. He once again advised Yi Xian, however, if I take over 2 supreme orthodoxies, I will definitely attract the attention of other supreme experts, especially the 3 supreme experts. I'm afraid, Yi Xian had long seen through Yi Xian Mo's intentions. However, this was also an opportunity for Yi Xian. Since I've agreed to your request, I will naturally make the decision for you. Send out invitations to the supreme experts and invite them here. I will appear when the time comes, Yi Xian said calmly. Thank you, Master. I will go and make the preparations now. Yi Xian Mo was overjoyed. He quickly thanked Yi Xian and left quickly. Looking at Yi Xian Mo leaving excitedly, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. A deep look flashed across his eyes. Yi Xian knew better than anyone else what kind of person Yi Xian Mo was. This disciple with ulterior motives was only using him to build momentum and achieve his goal of becoming the 11th Yuan Hui's master. However, Yi Xian was also using him. After all, Yi Xian Yuan Hui would temporarily become the master of the 11th Yuan Hui and lead 3 supreme orthodoxies. This was still very beneficial to Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian Mo was obedient enough. He would bite whoever Yi Xian asked him to. He would never dare to go against Yi Xian's will. Of course, this was built on the premise that Yi Xian was strong enough. If Yi Xian did not have his current cultivation, Yi Xian Mo would have killed his master long ago. Why would he be so humble to Yi Xian? And this was the biggest difference between Yi Xian Mo and Yi Fengtian. Yi Xian Mo was obedient enough. This was built on the foundation of Yi Xian's supreme cultivation. On the other hand, Yi Fengtian was different. Even if Yi Xian did not have his current cultivation, Yi Fengtian would still respect his master and would never have the intention to harm him. This was because he had always been grateful to his master for treating him well. He was also grateful to Yi Xian. However, the reason why the master and disciple quarreled to this point was because of their different ideals. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Yi Xian did not kill Yi Fengtian. Even Yi Xian himself might not be able to tell his true thoughts. As for supporting Yi Xian Mo, it was just a side effect. Yi Xian's real goal was the 3 supreme experts. He also wanted to take this opportunity to settle the grudges between him and the supreme experts in the past. First of all, Yi Xian's most important goal was the heaven-shattering cauldron. Each of the 3 supreme experts had one. This was something he was determined to obtain. Secondly, Yi Xian was once his enemy. They had almost killed him several times in the past. Yi Xian would definitely settle the score with the 2 of them. Some people might ask why Fate and Yi Xian had such a deep grudge. Why would the Master of Chaos be part of Yi Xian's list of people to settle the score with? In fact, it was mentioned before that in order to break Yi Xian's calamity transformation, the Master of Immortality personally went to the Chaos Temple and borrowed the Chaos Divine Mirror from the Master of Chaos. He even joined forces with the Master of Fate to kill Yi Xian once. Although the Master of Chaos did not directly oppose Yi Xian, he had always secretly wanted him dead. Yi Xian had never forgotten this karma. He would definitely settle the score with the Master of Chaos. Of course, the heaven-shattering cauldron in the hands of the Master of Chaos was also something Yi Xian was determined to obtain. Chapter 1746. Third, the Heaven-Devouring Demon Master. Back then, Yi Xian had joined forces with the Heaven-Devouring Demon Master to kill the Undying Heaven Lord. However, this was only a transaction of interests. Yi Xian had also paid the complete calamity Immortal technique. Before this, the heaven-devouring demon master had tried to kill Yi Xian several times. Yi Xian had always kept this grudge in his heart. Fourth, the undying Heaven Lord. Yi Xian really wanted to see if the current undying Heaven Lord was the same person as before. If it was, Yi Xian would naturally kill him. If it wasn't, Yi Xian was also very curious about who had taken over the position of undying. As for the remaining few supreme beings, there was no need to talk about the extreme love master. The Lord of Destruction and the Lord of all spirits also had some interactions with Yi Xian. Just treat it as a meeting between old friends. Yi Xian seemed to be supporting Yi Xuanma, but in reality, his true goal was only for himself. This gathering of the strongest was the time for him, Yi Xian, to settle old scores. But here came the problem. Settling old scores was only one of the reasons. His real goal was the 3 heaven-shattering cauldrons. However, it was indeed extremely difficult to take these supreme treasures away from the 3 supreme beings. Yi Xian frowned slightly as a deep look flashed across his eyes. Obviously, this matter was somewhat difficult to handle. After experiencing a dream that spanned more than 700 million years, Yi Xian was very confident that he could suppress all the supreme beings. These supreme beings couldn't compare to him in terms of cultivation. However, it was hard to say for the 3 supreme beings. It wasn't that their cultivation was stronger than Yi Xian's, but the legendary 3 long rivers. The 3 supreme beings could use the 3 long rivers. Even if Yi Xian's cultivation was higher than theirs, he might not be able to make them submit. Moreover, with the relationship between the Lord of Spacetime and Yi Xian couldn't use force. He could only negotiate. What Yi Xian needed to consider now was how to subdue chaos and fate. Moreover, a full 700 million years had passed. Not only had Yi Xian's cultivation improved, but heaven-devouring demon master, who had obtained the tribulation transcender technique, had also become much stronger. As for the cultivation levels of the other supreme beings, this was still an unknown. It was highly possible that unforeseen events would occur. Actually, Yi Xian's initial plan was to deal with them one by one. That was the safest way. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian also wanted to give it a try. With his current cultivation of the 12 heavenly gates, it shouldn't be difficult for him to suppress these supreme experts. After all, he had fallen into the great dream of eternity for more than 700 million years, crossing an entire Yuanhui period. His methods were terrifying and monstrous. The entire world was in an uproar, all creatures shocked. The news spread throughout the chaotic world. The Lord of the Extreme Fiend had personally sealed the Lord of Sealed Skies and the Lord of Human Tao in the Extreme Fiend Heavenly Palace for all eternity. The Lord of the Extreme Fiend was even going to replace the Lord of Sealed Skies to rule over the 11th Aeon. When this news first spread, the people of the 5 regions of chaos only treated it as a rumor. This was because no one would believe in such an absurd thing. However, as the Extreme Fiend Heavenly Palace issued a decree, the Lord of the Extreme Fiend officially announced this to the 5 regions of chaos. This rumor was completely confirmed, causing the creatures of the 5 regions of chaos to turn pale with fright. The creatures of the 5 regions of chaos didn't care who would rule over the 11th Aeon. What truly shocked them was that the Lord of the Extreme Fiend was actually able to suppress 2 supreme beings. This was simply unbelievable. However, before the creatures of the 5 regions of chaos could react, even more shocking news came from the Extreme Fiend Heavenly Palace. The Lord of the Extreme Fiend had personally sent out invitations, inviting the other supreme beings over 10,000 years to gather at the Extreme Fiend Heavenly Palace. This event was also known as the Sovereign Event. Obviously, the so-called Sovereign Event was actually Yi Xian Mo announcing to the world that he would rule over the 11th Aeon on this day, and at the same time, he needed the support of the other supreme beings. Chaos Heavenly Palace. The Lord of Chaos held the golden invitation in his hand. His brows were tightly knitted together, and his pair of Supreme Being's eyes were flickering with uncertainty. How is this possible? The Lord of Chaos murmured. He couldn't believe that Yi Xian Mo was able to suppress Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling. Yi Fengtian is a current Supreme Being. How can Yi Xian Mo be his match, let alone suppress him? The Lord of Chaos murmured in confusion. Destiny Heavenly Palace. The Lord of Destiny stood with his hands behind his back. The Destiny roulette spun in front of him, and streams of Destiny energy flowed around his body. A cold and threatening aura overflowed from the Lord of Destiny. Could it be that he's back? The Lord of Destiny's voice was emotionless. However, his pair of Destiny eyes were flickering intensely, and even the Destiny energy around him was slightly chaotic. No one knew better than the Lord of Destiny how strong Yi Fengtian was. Back when Yi Fengtian had yet to achieve his Tao, the Lord of Destiny had sat down and discussed the Tao with Yi Fengtian. They talked about the supreme principles of the chaotic universe, and even elaborated on the concept that they, as supreme beings, were the representatives of the chaotic universe. That was why Yi Fengtian was able to achieve his Tao so quickly with the power of life and become the master of the 11th Aeon. A mere Yi Xian Mo doesn't have this ability. Could it be that even the chaos heavenly punishment couldn't kill him? Has he reappeared? The Lord of Destiny whispered in a trembling voice. The Lord of Destiny couldn't think of anyone who had the ability to suppress two supreme beings. Apart from the three of them, only taboo characters had this ability. The three of them didn't make a move, and it was even more impossible for a taboo character to do so. Then, the only answer was Yi Xian. Time and Space Palace. The Lord of Time and Space frowned. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, and he thought of many things. Could it be him? The Lord of Time and Space was shocked. Heaven-devouring demon palace. Yi Xian. The heaven-devouring demon lord's eyes were sinister. He casually turned the invitation in his hand into ashes, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. The current heaven-devouring demon lord was even more terrifying. Ever since he obtained the complete tribulation transcender technique, his cultivation had increased crazily in the past 700 million years. He had reached the peak of supreme beings. The current heaven-devouring demon lord was completely comparable to the former lord of human Tao. He was only one step away from attracting the taboo tribulation. His cultivation could be said to be terrifying. 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace, Destruction Demonic Palace, Extreme Emotion Temple. When the three supreme beings received Yi Xian's invitation, they were all shocked by the contents of the invitation. They couldn't believe that Yi Xian had the ability to suppress two supreme beings. The three of them had different thoughts, especially the Extreme Emotion Master. She was faintly excited, and she was even guessing if Yi Xian had returned. Although Yi Xian was suspected to have fallen under the chaos heavenly punishment, the Extreme Emotion Master had always believed that Yi Xian wouldn't die. He would definitely appear at some point in time. It was just that she had waited for more than 700 million years, and there was still no news of Yi Xian. She almost thought that Yi Xian had really fallen. The Extreme Emotion Master didn't believe that Yi Xian could suppress two supreme beings. The only person who had this ability was most likely Yi Xian. Immortal Heaven Palace. A figure surrounded by black light was sitting cross-legged in the void. This person wore a ghost mask on his face, making it impossible to see his expression. Chapter 1747. Impossible. Is he really not dead? The masked man muttered in fear. The destructive energy around him was extremely chaotic. If one were to observe carefully, they would notice that he was trembling slightly, as if he had encountered a great terror that he had never experienced before. Yi Xuanmo. Yi Fengtian. Wan Hongling. The masked man knew the cultivation of these three better than anyone else. He even knew the techniques that they cultivated. Yi Xuanma said that he had suppressed 2 of the strongest. That was simply a joke. It was even more ridiculous. Therefore, the masked man was sure that something earth-shattering would happen in this sovereign's assembly. The masked man was not afraid of anything else. He was only afraid that the legendary person would appear. Because he hated and feared this person at the same time, it was also mixed with a shadow that could not be erased. I am now the strongest of all time. So what if you really come back? The masked man roared. However, if one were to listen carefully, they would notice that his voice was trembling uncontrollably. The demonic heavenly palace. Inside the divine prison. Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling were sitting cross-legged. Their injuries had mostly recovered. At this moment, they were surrounded by the strongest energy as they adjusted their breathing. Junior brother, junior sister, let me tell you a piece of good news. The strongest orthodoxies that you created are now under my control. Yi Xuanma strode into the divine prison with an indescribable excitement on his face. Then I really have to congratulate you. Yi Fengtian slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Yi Xuanma without any emotions in his eyes. This was because he had already expected this result. Yi Xuanma originally wanted to see Yi Fengtian make a fool of himself. However, when he saw Yi Fengtian's indifferent attitude, anger rose in Yi Xuanma's heart. He sneered and said, "My good junior brother, I forgot to tell you. Master has already agreed to let me take charge of the 11th Yuan Hui." So what? Yi Fengtian said calmly. The calmer Yi Fengtian was, the more Yi Xuanma could not control the anger in his heart. What a pity. I invited the strongest to the sovereign's assembly. Junior brother, you and your wife can only stay in the divine prison. This is really a pity. Yi Xuanma said sarcastically. What? Initially, Yi Fengtian's face was expressionless. However, the moment he heard that Yi Xuanma had invited the utmost powerful beings, he was shocked beyond words. Apparently, Yi Xuanma did not have the guts to do so. His master must have instructed him to do so. If Yi Fengtian's guess was right, this ruler's assembly was the time when Yi Xian would settle his scores with the other strongest cultivators. I want to see master. Yi Fengtian shouted. Meet master. Yi Xuanma sneered, just stay in the divine prison. Master doesn't want to see you. After the conference of sovereigns is over, master will suppress all these supreme experts one by one. By then, I will be second only to one person. Let's see how you can go against me in the future. Yi Xuanma, are you out of your mind? Don't you know what kind of horrifying consequences it would cause if master were to engage in a battle with these utmost powerful beings? Yi Fengtian roared in rage. Ha ha ha. Consequences? Yi Xuanma laughed menacingly, what does the life and death of all living beings have to do with me? Even if the heavens collapse and the earth shatters and the stars shift, it has nothing to do with me. If master can kill these utmost powerful beings, that would be the best outcome. Master, I want to see you. Yi Fengtian had no time to care about Yi Xuanma. He shouted loudly in the divine prison, hoping that Yi Xian would meet him. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not respond at all. Yi Xuanma left with a smug smile. The demonic heavenly palace. Looking at the sky without speaking, hearing the earth move without being shocked. Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the chaotic starry sky calmly. Yi Fengtian's roar rang in his ears, but it did not cause any ripples in his heart. Let's settle our scores one by one. After so many years, I really want to see if you can go against my immortal 12 heavenly gates. Yi Xian said softly. Immortal 12 heavenly gates. That's right. Strictly speaking, Yi Xian was still in the immortal realm. However, he had cultivated the 12 heavenly gates. His combat strength had already surpassed the so-called strongest of all time. Rumble. Yi Xian's entire body trembled as the 12 heavenly gates rose up behind him. After that, they rumbled as they rotated. The mysterious heaven burial reincarnation halo illuminated Yi Xian in a majestic and mysterious manner. The 12 immortal 12 heavenly gates are compatible with the chaos. Yi Xian's eyes were deep as he fell into deep thought. In fact, when Yi Xian woke up from the eternal dream, he had been thinking about one thing, and that was his immortal 12 heavenly gates. After more than 700 million years of reincarnation in the eternal dream, he had opened the last heavenly gate. However, this was not Yi Xian's final goal. Yi Xian's biggest hope was to break through to the immortal realm. Yes, to break through to the immortal realm. All 12 heavenly gates had been opened. Yi Xian could take another step forward and merge the 12 heavenly gates, which was the so-called immortal great perfection stage. His combat strength would increase by another level. When he merged the 12 heavenly gates, he would be able to wrestle with the taboo characters. Although he might not be as strong as them, the difference would be very small. Of course, all these were Yi Xian's deductions. As for whether it was true, he would only know after fighting with the taboo characters. What Yi Xian was really concerned about was the realm after the immortal realm. This realm was definitely not the half-step omnipotent realm or the all-ages omnipotent realm. It was a realm that he had never heard of. Only the taboo characters knew about this realm. Breaking through the immortal realm and entering the next realm was not as simple as it seemed. It was a qualitative change that would shake the heavens and earth. At this moment, Yi Xian was already terrifyingly powerful. If he could step into the next realm, how terrifying would his combat strength and cultivation be? Would he be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the taboo characters? Or surpass the taboo characters? As Yi Xian pondered this question, his heart was faintly excited. He was incomparably looking forward to the next great realm. Phew! Yi Xian exhaled slowly. He calmed himself down. Now was not the time to think about this question. What he needed to do now was to merge the 12 heavenly gates. However, he had not found the opportunity yet. However, Yi Xian had a vague feeling that this opportunity would appear soon. This feeling was so strong that Yi Xian believed it without a doubt. The stars moved. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. There were demonic sounds and strange phenomena. The entire extreme demonic shrine was shining with majestic light. There were even chariots coming from all directions. They were people from various orthodoxies. This time, they were all here to participate in the sovereign banquet held by the extreme demonic shrine. The sovereign banquet was filled with clouds. Yi Xian sat on the main seat. A group of extreme demonic shrine disciples sat on the main seat. There were also guests from all directions. The entire sovereign banquet was terrifyingly quiet. Rumble. In an instant. The clouds were swept away by the wind. Several ancient auras could be felt. There were also many majestic figures walking toward the extreme demonic shrine. They were the various immortals who had come for the banquet. Chapter 1748. Ancient, majestic, and boundless. The first to arrive were the three utmost powerful beings. The three of them came together, surrounded by the aura of utmost powerful beings, attracting the respect of all living beings. The three utmost powerful beings had existed since time immemorial, and they were also the oldest utmost powerful beings. However, the three of them did not move at all. This was enough to show how terrifying they were. Rumble. The demonic aura of the sky-devouring demon master was unparalleled. Black clouds that covered the sky rolled over. The sky-devouring demon master stepped down from the sky and appeared in the ruler's assembly almost at the same time as the three utmost powerful beings. Then, the extreme love master arrived, followed by the destruction master and the master of all spirits. However, the two of them were very low-key and did not reveal any cultivation base. In the previous Yuan Hui, the master of all spirits was in charge. However, in the 11th Yuan Hui, the master of all spirits had the lowest cultivation base among these utmost powerful beings. After all, his era had passed. Moreover, he had attained Tao in the 10th Yuan Hui. His cultivation base was ranked last among the utmost powerful beings. With the arrival of the 7 utmost powerful beings, only the Deathless Heaven Master was not here. This made Yi Xuanma frown slightly. Why was the Deathless Heaven Master not here? However, Yi Xuanma did not have time to ponder over this question. He smiled and strode towards the 7 utmost powerful beings, saying, "My friends, you have all come from afar. I am very gratified. Please take a seat." As Yi Xuanma spoke, he came to the side of the Extreme Love Master and did something that surprised the other utmost powerful beings. Disciple Yi Xuanma pays his respects to Mistress. Yi Xuanma was all smiles as he bowed 3 times to the Extreme Love Master. He even lowered his posture to the utmost. Where was the attitude of an utmost powerful being? At this moment, the other utmost powerful beings were slightly gloomy. After all, they were all utmost powerful beings. However, Yi Xuanma was so humble to the Extreme Love Master and treated them like air. This difference was indeed embarrassing for them. However, Yi Xuanma did not care about what they thought. He did not care about these utmost powerful beings at all. He only wanted to leave a good impression on the Extreme Love Master. After all, the Extreme Love Master was Yi Xian's wife in name. As a disciple, he naturally could not be rude. If the Extreme Love Master were to say something to Yi Xian, he would be in deep trouble. Of course, these were the thoughts of Yi Xuanma. The other utmost powerful beings naturally did not know about this. You and I are both utmost powerful beings. There's no need for such formalities, fellow Taoist. Extreme Love Master was taken aback as well, but she still returned the greeting. The Extreme Love Master was also very confused. Although Yi Xian was Yi Xian's disciple, the two of them had not interacted much after Yi Xian achieved Tao. Although they had met several times, Yi Xuanma had always addressed her as fellow cultivator. How could he possibly address her as Master's wife? Suddenly, Extreme Love Master's eyes trembled. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that he had returned? At this moment, the Extreme Love Master was extremely agitated. This was the only possibility that could make Yi Xuanma behave so humbly. "Ma'am, you don't have to think too much. Just take a seat," Yi Xuanma said with a big smile. "All right." The Extreme Love Master calmed herself down and sat down at Yi Xuanma's invitation. She looked around the ruler's conference, hoping to see the person she had been waiting for. At the same time, the expressions of the other utmost powerful beings changed slightly. After all, they were not fools. From Yi Xuanma's attitude towards the Extreme Love Master, they could vaguely guess something. Dang, dang, dang. 81 bells rang at this moment, echoing continuously in the Extreme Demon Shrine. This meant that the ruler's conference had officially begun. Everyone has come from afar to attend my ruler's conference. I am extremely honored. Yi Xuanma looked around at the guests and even smiled politely at the 7 utmost powerful beings. He then continued, "I believe everyone has heard that I have the intention to do good for all living beings. Today, I am holding the ruler's conference to officially take over the Lord of Sealed Skies and take over the 11th Yuan Hui. Pray to the chaos and bless all living beings. Although I have not made many contributions, but, wait." Suddenly, before Yi Xuanma could finish, a cold voice interrupted him. This made Yi Xuanma's face turn cold. He slowly looked towards the source of the voice. Master of Destiny. Obviously, the person who interrupted Yi Xuanma was the Master of Destiny. "What is the matter, Master of Destiny?" Yi Xuanma asked coldly. At this moment, the Master of Fate was unperturbed. His eyes were emotionless and emotionless. He looked at Yi Xuanma indifferently, then looked around and said, "You want to control the 11th Yuan Hui? You are not qualified. Moreover, you alone cannot suppress the Lord of Sealing Skies and the Lord of Human Tao." Ha ha ha. Yi Xuanma laughed. His laughter was extremely sinister. The entire rulers' conference fell silent. All the living beings looked at each other in shock. After all, this was a conversation between the utmost powerful beings. They did not dare to make any noise. That's right. I indeed do not have the ability to suppress the two utmost powerful beings. However, whether I am qualified to take over the 11th Yuan Hui is not something that you, Master of Destiny, can decide. Yi Xuanma said fearlessly. You are very bold. You speak more confidently than before. Seems like this is the confidence given to you by the people behind you. The Master of Destiny was still looking around, as if he was looking for someone. Although Yi Xuanma had attained the Tao, he had once met the three utmost powerful beings. However, he still behaved rather humbly. How would he dare to talk to the Master of Destiny so forcefully? Brother Yi Xian, since you are already here, why are you still hiding? All of a sudden, the Lord of Chaos stood up slowly. The power of chaos surrounded him. That ancient and heavy voice reverberated throughout the rulers' conference. Yi Xian, since you are not dead yet, come out. The sky-devouring demon master sneered. He had never taken Yi Xian seriously. The reason why he came here this time was because he guessed that Yi Xian was the mastermind. Mr. The Extreme Love Master could not sit still anymore. He began to call out to Yi Xian. Yi Xian. The Destruction Master and the Myriad Spirit Master's expressions changed slightly. Although they had guessed this as well, their hearts still trembled violently when they saw the truth. He. Suddenly, just as all the living beings were bewildered, a chuckle rose in the rulers' conference. The void rippled, and a figure gradually appeared. Yi Xian. Dressed in black, his hair was snow-white, like the Milky Way behind his head. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He looked at the seven utmost powerful beings calmly with a deep smile on his face. It is indeed you. Boom. The Master of Destiny stood up abruptly. The merciless power of Destiny was on the spot. His eyes of destiny were spinning terrifyingly, proving how agitated his heart was. Mr. The Extreme Love Master bit her lips. She looked at Yi Xian in a daze. When she saw Yi Xian again, the emotions that she had suppressed for so many years were finally released. Yi Xian nodded at the Extreme Love Master to calm her down. Then, he looked at the Master of Destiny and the rest. I was wondering who was so capable. So it was you who suppressed two utmost powerful beings. No wonder a mere Yi Xian dares to hold a ruler's conference. The sky-devouring demon master sneered. Chapter 1749. Yi Dao Yu. The Lord of all spirits and the Lord of destruction had complicated expressions on their faces as they cupped their fists and greeted Yi Xian. Yi Dao Yu, it's been years since we last met. Your cultivation state has grown even stronger. The Lord of Chaos looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. Even though he had expected Yi Xian to appear alive, he could not help but feel a sense of helplessness when Yi Xian appeared before him in the flesh. Revered Master, please take a seat. Yi Xian's robes fluttered as an utmost being's throne appeared. His entire being was even more pious than before. Yi Xian ascended into the skies and sat down calmly on the utmost being's throne. He looked down at the utmost beings present with a condescending attitude. Gasp. Such a scene caused all of the living beings to gasp, and an uproar could be heard. Who is he? Even the Lord of the Extreme Demonic is addressing him as Revered Master. Don't be silly. Can't you see that all the utmost beings are addressing him as fellow Taoist? He's the master of Emperor Zhang Tian, Yi Xian. He was the greatest fear of the previous Yuan Hui. To think that he would still be alive. All sorts of shocking discussions rang out. There were even veteran sect masters who spoke out in a trembling voice, introducing Yi Xian's background to those who did not know of Yi Xian's identity. Master of Emperor Zhang Tian. Could he be an utmost being of the ancient times as well? That can't be right. Out of the 11 utmost beings of the ancient times, why have I never heard of Emperor Zhang Tian before? Someone exclaimed out. Clearly, they did not know about Yi Xian's past at all. Even though Emperor Zhang Tian isn't an utmost being, he's on an equal footing with one. He's also the only person in history who can stand on the same level as an utmost being. Some veteran sect master explained in a hushed voice. There were even some veteran sect masters who uncovered the dusty history and recounted some of Yi Xian's deeds back in the day. Hearing this, all the living beings present were even more shocked. Their bewildered gazes were now filled with respect. He suppressed the great sects of the 8 directions, killed the strongest experts of all time, swept through the great enemies of the heavens, and even nurtured the 3 strongest disciples. When these stories were recounted one by one, all living beings sucked in a breath of cold air. There were even some who were mentally weak that their teeth were chattering. Everyone, Master has ordered me to take charge of the 11th Yuan Hui. Are there any other questions? Yi Xian looked at the utmost powerful beings present without any fear. His lips curled into a smug grin. Right now, he had Yi Xian as his backing. Naturally, he had sufficient confidence. What a despicable person. This is not the place for you to speak. Boom. The Master of Fate soared into the sky as his terrifying power of fate rippled out. He stared straight at Yi Xian, completely disregarding Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you shouldn't have appeared, the Master of Fate said emotionlessly. He. Yi Xian stood up from his throne and walked towards the Master of Fate calmly. His lips curled into a strange smile as he said, Fate, you clearly know that this ruler's assembly was intentionally arranged by me. Yet, you still dare to come. I have to say that you're really gutsy. Aren't you afraid of dying here? With just you? Usually, the Master of Fate would not smile. This was because he believed in the Tao of Fate. It was also rare for him to smile. However, at this moment, he smiled. It was just that his smile was extremely emotionless, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. With just me? It's enough to kill you, Yi Xian replied calmly. Alright, this lord wants to see how much you've grown after experiencing a Yuan Hui and more than 700 million years. You actually dare to speak such arrogant words to this lord. Could it be that you think I'm the immortal of the past? The Master of Fate spoke emotionlessly. He could naturally feel the threat that Yi Xian brought to him. Clearly, Yi Xian was no longer the same as before. He was even stronger and more terrifying than before. But who was he? He was the Master of Fate who controlled the fate of all living beings. He was also the second strongest in the chaotic universe. Why would he need to fear Yi Xian? A mere strongest like you dares to be so impudent? Yi Xian's face turned cold. Perhaps he might have been a little wary of the Master of Fate in the past. But now, he did not care at all. Rumble. The world shook. Fate was merciless. Streaks of terrifying fate energy soared into the sky and pierced through the starry universe. At this moment, the Master of Fate had raised his cultivation to the peak. It was so terrifying that no one could look straight at him. Come, let me see how capable you are. Today, we'll settle the old scores between us, Yi Xian said calmly. Fellow Taoists, let's talk things out. Why must you fight to the death? Suddenly, before the two of them could make a move, the Master of Chaos hurriedly stood between them. However, this time around, Yi Xian did not give him any face. Instead, he said coldly, "Chaos, back then, you made use of the undying Chaos God Mirror to harm me. You have to give me an explanation for this matter. Once I'm done with this trash, fate, it's time for us to settle this karma." You. The face of the Master of Chaos changed. He had not expected Yi Xian to say this at this moment. Was he not afraid that he would join forces with fate? However, the Master of Chaos hesitated and did not make this decision. As for the Master of Fate, he was already impatient. "Chaos, I've already said that he's a foreign being and must be killed. Since you've been hesitating, I can kill him myself right now." "Hurry up and leave," the Master of Fate barked out coldly. The eyes of the Master of Chaos flickered as he retreated from the battlefield. Since Fate was going to make a move, he might as well take a good look at Yi Xian's cultivation state before deciding what to do next. "Yi Xian, even if your cultivation state is that of a Tongtian, you will still be reduced to ashes by fate." Rumble. Eternal heaven, eternal fate. The entire world was exploding violently, proving that the Master of Fate saw Yi Xian as an unprecedented enemy. He was determined to fight to the death with Yi Xian. "You talk too much nonsense. Just like you're just a piece of trash," Yi Xian said sarcastically. Since the birth of the chaotic universe, Yi Xian was the only one who dared to say such a thing. This left all the living beings in the world speechless. "Fate is like the heavens, all laws shall be destroyed." Chi chi chi. The Master of Fate formed hand seals with both hands and cast the fate-killing art. Everything within 100 million miles collapsed as a palm of fate appeared. "Let's go." The faces of the other supreme beings changed slightly. The battle between the two of them was going to destroy the world. All of them shifted away. Yi Xian also shifted the entire extreme demonic shrine. He did not dare to stay on the battlefield for long. Otherwise, his orthodoxy would be reduced to ashes. Kill. Fate was merciless, killing everything in its path. That terrifying palm of fate was like an eternal blue sky that crushed down on Yi Xian. Rumble. Rumble. This attack caused the world to collapse. Nothing existed. It shattered the void within 100 million miles, and countless black cracks appeared. "You're so weak that you dare to fight me with such a weak cultivation." Yi Xian was extremely disdainful. Rumble. A terrifying thing happened. The 12 heavenly gates rose behind Yi Xian like 12 blazing suns. At this moment, they were rotating in a terrifying manner, releasing a terrifying might that had never been seen before in the past. Rumble. The palm of fate had already landed. Everything within 100 million miles was sinking. Endless mountains were turning into ashes. Countless living beings died tragically under this attack of fate. However, what happened next was too strange and terrifying, causing the other spectators to be terrified into silence. They even sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Yi Xian with extreme fear. Chapter 1750. What did they see? Yi Xian. He was dressed in black, and his white hair hung down behind his head. The giant palm of fate above his head was crushing down on him. However, Yi Xian's body was glowing, and the 12 heavenly gates were rumbling and rotating. He actually ignored the Master of Fate's powerful attack. He was truly invincible. How can this be? The Master of Fate looked at him in shock. He knew that Yi Xian was very strong, but his attack actually couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. This was already beyond his expectations. "You dare to be arrogant with me with this little ability?" Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the Master of Fate indifferently and chose to ignore the giant palm of fate above his head. Boom! Yi Xian moved. He didn't seem to do anything, but with a flip of his hand, the so-called giant palm of fate exploded and turned into specks of white light that dissipated between heaven and earth. It was as if it had never appeared. But it wasn't over yet. Boom! Sweeping across the universe and suppressing all life in the universe, Yi Xian suddenly raised his 5 fingers in front of the Master of Fate's frightened eyes. It was as if he was lifting up the ancient sky. Bang! It was as if the universe had exploded and heaven and earth had been turned upside down. Yi Xian's palm slapped out, and it directly turned into a giant palm of heaven that slapped down on the Master of Fate. Fate! The Master of Fate's expression changed greatly. He crazily urged the power of fate in his body, and an extremely terrifying halo appeared. He wanted to block Yi Xian's world-destroying attack. Unfortunately, the Master of Fate underestimated Yi Xian's attack. He also overestimated himself. Bang! Heaven and earth exploded, and everything fell silent. The giant palm of heaven slammed down on the Master of Fate's body, and the power of fate that surrounded him collapsed inch by inch. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the Master of Fate's mouth. His body was cracking inch by inch. Yi Xian's attack was too unfathomable and too terrifying. It directly caused him to suffer an unimaginable calamity. Chi! The Master of Fate was like a meteor crashing into the earth. With a loud bang, his entire body smashed into the earth's core. What kind of joke was this? Now that Yi Xian had opened 12 gates of heaven, his cultivation base and battle prowess had long since surpassed the strongest of all time. How could the Master of Fate be his match? How can he be so strong? The heaven-devouring demon master, who had a disdainful look on his face, now looked extremely serious. He was completely flabbergasted by the fact that the Master of Fate had been suppressed so horribly. 12 heavenly gates. The Master of Chaos enunciated every word, and his expression was extremely solemn. He stared fixedly at the 12 heavenly gates revolving behind Yi Xian, and his eyes trembled violently. The sky exploded, and the void rippled. Yi Xian stood proudly at the top of the dome. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked down at the boundless land. His eyes were emotionless and without desire. Occasionally, a cruel look would flash across his eyes. Yi Xian, you bastard, I want your life. Rumble. An earth-shattering roar came from the earth's core. The originally devastated earth suddenly exploded. The Master of Fate soared up from the earth's core and charged towards Yi Xian with extreme anger. Being suppressed by Yi Xian in a single strike was the greatest insult to him. Even though he believed in the Tao of fate and rarely had human emotions, this kind of humiliation still made him furious. Kill! The Master of Fate crazily attacked Yi Xian. The merciless Master of Fate surged out, and the heaven and earth within millions of miles trembled. Boom! The Master of Fate's 5 fingers reached out towards the starry sky. The stars in the heavens fell at a terrifying speed. Countless stars turned into the most terrifying killing weapon and smashed towards Yi Xian. A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon? Yi Xian shouted coldly. A pair of jade-like sword fingers slashed across the vast sky. Rays of heaven-burying sword light condensed, and then the entire heaven and earth became chaotic. Break! Yi Xian's sword pointed across the sky. Countless rays of sword light rampaged through the heaven and earth. The stars in the heavens that were falling towards him were all cut into 2 and then fell towards the earth. Rumble! Something terrifying happened. The stars fell, and all living beings suffered. The battle between the 2 of them caused an unimaginable calamity to the 5 regions of chaos. The heavens exploded, and the earth collapsed. The boundless mountains and seas turned into ashes. Underground lava spewed out. Countless living beings died tragically in the aftermath of the battle between the 2 of them. The strong were as heavy as a mountain, and the weak were like ants. In the battle between Yi Xian and Master of Fate, the two of them did not care about the lives of the living beings in the 5 regions. Even the other supreme experts watching the battle were the same. Everyone only cared about who would win this battle. They only cared about the outcome of this battle. Yi Xian, die. Rumble. The Master of Fate roared mercilessly. He flipped his hand and a white divine spear appeared in his hand. This spear was called the Spear of Fate, and it was one of the most terrifying chaos divine weapons. Kill. The Master of Fate struck out with his spear. The bright and merciless Spear of Fate tore through the heavens and earth as he charged towards Yi Xian. Trash will always be trash. You will never amount to anything. In the face of the Master of Fate's attack, Yi Xian sneered coldly. He did not care about the Master of Fate's attack at all. Rumble. Eternal Reincarnation Fist. Eternal Reincarnation, emptiness of the world. Yi Xian punched out. The terrifying heaven-burying reincarnation fist landed on the tip of the Spear of Fate, preventing the Master of Fate from advancing even half a step. I don't believe it. The Master of Fate roared. He frantically activated the divine weapon in his hand, wanting to pierce Yi Xian under his spear. Unfortunately, no matter how much he activated his cultivation, he could not do anything to Yi Xian. You are too weak. So weak that I have no interest in you. Rumble. Yi Xian roared cruelly. The eternal reincarnation fist rumbled. A crisp cracking sound rang out as the Spear of Fate that was charging towards him shattered. Gotcha. After the sound of metal exploding, the Spear of Fate shattered. He had actually shattered the Spear of Fate with a single punch. However, this was not the end. This was merely the beginning. The beginning of a nightmare for the Master of Fate. Trash. Rumble. Yi Xian's punch did not diminish in the slightest. A furious roar rang out from his mouth. Today was the day for him to settle the old scores with the Master of Fate. All the sufferings he had suffered in the past, he would return to this person 10 times, 100 times. Bang! One punch. It was merely one punch. Yi Xian's punch sent the Master of Fate flying. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the Master of Fate's mouth. 3 of his ribs were broken, and one could faintly see the white bones and flesh in his chest. Rumble. Like the heavens and earth, it disappeared without a trace. Without waiting for the Master of Fate to stabilize himself, Yi Xian took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the Master of Fate. He raised his 5 fingers and slapped the Master of Fate's face. Slap. This slap was more like a slap to the face. Although it would not cause too much damage to the Master of Fate, it was the greatest humiliation to him. A bright red palm print appeared on the Master of Fate's cheek. A bloody tooth flew out from his mouth. Chapter 1751. Yi Xian. The Master of Fate roared in anger. He could not believe that Yi Xian would humiliate him in such a way. This made him want to grind Yi Xian's bones into dust. Die! The Master of Fate roared in anger. He raised his arms and wanted to fight back. However, he had overestimated himself. How could he be a match for Yi Xian now? Piak! Yi Xian slapped the Master of Fate's face again. This time, Yi Xian was too ruthless. The Master of Fate's teeth were knocked out. Blood mixed with the teeth scattered everywhere. Die! Yi Xian roared sinisterly. His 5 fingers formed a fist as he punched the face of the Master of Destiny, causing his facial features to be completely unrecognizable. His entire face was soaked in blood, and his appearance could be said to be extremely miserable. Bam! Yi Xian stomped out with his right foot and sent the Master of Fate flying. The Master of Fate's body was already covered in blood. At this moment, the Master of Fate's body was torn apart even more. He fell to the ground in blood. This scene made everyone's scalp go numb. Fear filled their hearts. The faces of the various utmost powerful beings were pale as they watched the Master of Fate being beaten up mercilessly by Yi Xian. They could not regain their senses for a long time. Boom! Yi Xian stomped down from the sky and appeared in front of the Master of Fate instantly. Before the Master of Fate could get up from the ground, a vicious and cruel smile appeared on his face. When the utmost powerful beings saw the smile on Yi Xian's face, their hearts trembled violently. And the cruel thing that happened next caused their faces to change drastically. Boom! 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 Yi Xian smiled cruelly. His right foot stomped down on the Master of Fate's limbs. Following the Master of Fate's painful roar, Yi Xian stomped his limbs into a bloody mess. Arg! The Master of Fate howled in pain. His howl shook the heavens and earth. It was mixed with incomparable shame and anger. The Master of Fate was also a human. Even if he cultivated the grand Tao of Fate, as long as he was still a human, he would still have human emotions. At this moment, his body was being cruelly ravaged. This was already causing him great pain. However, this was not the most important thing. Most importantly, Yi Xian was wantonly humiliating him, slowly stripping away his dignity as the Master of Fate. Yi Xian, you dare to humiliate me like this? I'm going to grind your bones to dust so that you can never be reincarnated. The Master of Fate cursed furiously. He wanted to push his cultivation base to the limit in order to fight Yi Xian. What a pity. Just as Yi Xian had said, the Master of Fate was too weak. He was so weak that he wasn't even on the same level as Yi Xian. How could he be a match for Yi Xian? Humiliate you? Yi Xian laughed. However, his laughter made the Master of Fate's heart tighten. All 38,000 hairs on his body stood on end. An extreme coldness rose up in his heart, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Suddenly, an extremely bad feeling rose up in the Master of Fate's heart. However, before he could react, what happened next would become the greatest humiliation of his life. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The Master of Fate felt half of his head sink into the ground. There was a heavy object on top of his head that was constantly crushing him. Boom! The Master of Fate was completely dumbfounded. He didn't dare to believe it, but he had no choice but to believe it. This was because the object on top of his head was actually Yi Xian's foot. At this moment it was mercilessly crushing him. He was actually being trampled under Yi Xian's foot. He, the majestic Master of Fate, was actually being humiliated by Yi Xian to the point where his head was being stepped on. All was silent. The world was deathly still. At this moment, a scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Yi Xian's right foot was stepping on the Master of Fate's head, ruthlessly stomping him into the ground. There was a cruel and sinister smile on his face as his foot continued to crush the Master of Fate's head. This was an unparalleled humiliation that had never been seen before. When this scene fell into everyone's eyes, the expressions of the supreme experts present changed drastically. This was no longer a battle to the death, but a naked humiliation and suppression. Not to mention whether the Master of Fate would die today, even if he could survive, even if he could turn the tables and turn the tables, this scene would be the greatest humiliation of his life. He would never be able to wash away this humiliation. Moreover, he would become the greatest joke in the chaotic universe. Killing someone was just a matter of nodding his head to the ground. Although Yi Xian didn't kill anyone, he was destroying the Master of Fate's heart. This method was simply sinister and ruthless to the extreme. For the Master of Fate, it was an unprecedented nightmare. Yi Xian, you little bastard. This Master of Fate will not rest until you die. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar of grief and indignation rang out. The Master of Fate's entire body erupted with a shocking light. The terrifying power of fate permeated the air, and the earth within 100 million miles trembled. Clearly, the Master of Fate had suffered an unprecedented humiliation. He had gone completely mad from the humiliation. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was to kill Yi Xian. However, was anger useful? The answer was, it was useless. No matter how the Master of Fate roared in grief and indignation, no matter how desperately he urged the power of fate in his body, he couldn't break free from Yi Xian's foot. And this was the difference in strength. It was just like how Yi Xian had been powerless against a supreme expert in the past. He could only look for all sorts of opportunities to escape. It was impossible for him to have the strength to fight against Yi Xian. The strong are revered, the weak are dogs. At this moment, these words fully explained everything. No matter how furious the Master of Fate was, he could only feel a deep sense of powerlessness in front of Yi Xian. Be angry. Continue to be angry. Look at you being trampled under my foot like a dead dog. Doesn't this feel good? Yi Xian laughed sinisterly. He lifted his foot and continuously stomped on the Master of Fate's face. With each stomp, the Master of Fate's face was beyond recognition. Half of his body was trampled into the ground, and blood constantly flowed out. Bang! 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 Yi Xian happily and cruelly trampled on the Master of Fate. He was also venting his many years of accumulated resentment. The so-called Master of Fate was simply a joke in front of him. What supreme expert in the past? What power of fate? At this moment, in front of Yi Xian, they were all bullshit. Due to the difference in strength and cultivation, the Master of Fate could only be trampled under his foot like a dead dog. He couldn't fight back at all. Enough. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was ruthlessly trampling on the Master of Fate, a figure quietly appeared. This caused Yi Xian to look at this person gloomily. It was the heaven-devouring demon master who had been watching the battle. There's really someone who isn't afraid of death. Yi Xian's movements slowed down. The corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. He looked at the heaven-devouring demon master indifferently, and a trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Yi Xian, you've already won. Why do you have to humiliate him like this? The heaven-devouring demon master's demonic aura was dense, and his voice was strange and hoarse. Why? Do you want to stand up for trash like fate? Yi Xian sneered and glanced at the heaven-devouring demon master from the corner of his eyes. Yi Xian, I have to admit that I have indeed underestimated you. With your current cultivation, you have indeed surpassed us supreme experts. Even fate was defeated by you and suffered such a great humiliation. The heaven-devouring demon master said indifferently. He then smiled and said, but don't be too proud. After a Yuan Hui, you're not the only one who has become stronger. Chapter 1752. Rumble. Devouring the heavens and earth, the heavens and earth were as black as ink. The heaven-devouring demon lord was like a black hole vortex. It was as if he could devour the entire heavens and earth as long as he wanted to. Peak of the omnipotent realm. Yi Xian frowned slightly when he saw the heaven-devouring demon master's aura. In terms of cultivation, the heaven-devouring demon master was much stronger than the three omnipotent realm experts. He had reached the peak of the omnipotent realm and could be compared to the former master of human Tao. One step. Only one step. The heaven-devouring demon master was only one step away from attracting the forbidden tribulation. If he could successfully pass the tribulation, he would become the legendary forbidden character. But so what? The heaven-devouring demon master could not break away from the omnipotent realm. Even if he was already at the peak of the omnipotent realm, how could he be a match for Yi Xian? You're really arrogant, aren't you? Yi Xian smiled cruelly. He could feel that the heaven-devouring demon master was very confident and even looked at him with eager eyes. Yi Xian, I actually don't want to kill you. But you're really annoying. If I don't kill you, you'll always cause trouble. The heaven-devouring demon master said coldly. Oh. Yi Xian said strangely, I'm standing right here. If you have the ability, I'll give you my life. Ha ha ha. Looking at Yi Xian's calm face, the heaven-devouring demon master laughed coldly, you're really arrogant. Do you think I'm destiny? Now that my cultivation has reached the peak of the omnipotent realm, I'm only one step away from the legendary forbidden realm. Forbidden? Yi Xian laughed, but it was a mocking laugh. He looked at the heaven-devouring demon master with disdain. Do you know what a forbidden is? Even the master of human Tao fell under the forbidden tribulation. How dare you dream of entering the forbidden realm? Yi Xian spoke in disdain. No one understood how terrifying the taboo tribulation was more than him. Back then, he accompanied the human Tao sovereign to undergo the tribulation together. Right now, although the heaven-devouring devil lord's cultivation base wasn't much weaker compared to the human Tao sovereign, his state of heart was far inferior. You're courting death. Rumble. The heaven-devouring demon lord swallowed the heavens and the earth. Demonic light surged as an extremely terrifying might burst forth from his body, pressing down on Yi Xian like the heavens and earth. Let me show you what I'm capable of. Boom. The heaven-devouring demon master had not made a move yet, but once he did, he displayed astonishing power. He drew a circle with his palm, forming a terrifying black hole, and sent it smashing towards Yi Xian. Woo woo woo. Demonic light howled in the sky, devouring the world. This strike was terrifying to the extreme. Even Yi Xian nodded in admiration. Compared to the past, the current heaven-devouring demon lord was indeed much stronger. However, to Yi Xian, the heaven-devouring demon master was still lacking. Scram! Roar! Yi Xian roared as he activated the omniscient dream. His entire body turned into nothingness as he released a terrifying demonic light. His entire body was as terrifying as a black hole. Pfft! Something extremely strange happened. The heaven-devouring demon master's strike landed on Yi Xian's body, but in the next moment, it turned into nothingness. It was as though this strike had been completely devoured by Yi Xian. You've been tricked. Suddenly, the heaven-devouring demon master laughed maniacally. He leaped forward with a cruel and vicious smile on his face. Both of his palms slammed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned. He had thought that the previous strike was a devouring technique, so he naturally did not take it seriously. However, when he received the strike from the heaven-devouring demon master, he was rooted to the ground. This strike was actually a forbidden technique. One breath. It was merely one breath. Yi Xian was actually rooted to the spot by this forbidden technique. However, it was also within this short period of time that the heaven-devouring demon master could do many things. Ha ha ha. The heaven-devouring demon master laughed maniacally. He slammed both of his palms onto Yi Xian's chest. Then, a demonic mist that could devour heaven and earth erupted from his body. He was actually devouring Yi Xian's cultivation in a frenzy. Yi Xian, you're really stupid. Of course, I know that you've surpassed the strongest. How can I be your match? However, don't forget that since I'm called the heaven-devouring demon master, I can naturally devour everything in this world. Give me your cultivation and help me take the final step into the legendary forbidden realm. The heaven-devouring demon master laughed maniacally as a sinister and complacent expression bloomed on his face. It turned out that he knew from the beginning that he was no match for Yi Xian, so he had been pretending to be arrogant to make Yi Xian let down his guard. Only then could he cast a forbidden technique to trap Yi Xian for a breath of time and devour his cultivation. In fact, before the heaven-devouring demon master arrived, he already had a plan. He could also guess that Yi Xian's current cultivation had surpassed the strongest. After all, from the news of Yi Xian and Wan Hongling being suppressed, only Yi Xian had the ability to do so. Therefore, the heaven-devouring demon master had been waiting for the opportunity to attack. It was not to kill Yi Xian, but to devour all of Yi Xian's cultivation. After more than 700 million years, the heaven-devouring demon master had already cultivated the tribulation transcender technique to perfection. He had even fused the heaven-devouring demonic technique and the tribulation transcender technique into one, creating a brand new devouring technique. It was just that he had not taken this last step for a long time, and he could feel the terror of the taboo tribulation. In the end, he comprehended the key to taking the last step. Only by devouring the cultivation of the strongest of all time could he take that last step. And Yi Xian happened to be the person he had chosen. Moreover, he was confident that he could kill Yi Xian. Because of the fusion of the heaven-devouring demonic technique and the tribulation transcender technique, his devouring technique was unique. As long as he was given the right opportunity, Yi Xian would definitely be sucked dry by him. Now, the opportunity had come. He pressed his palms on Yi Xian's body, and the peerless and terrifying devouring technique was operating. He could feel the terrifying power in Yi Xian's body, which simply made him tremble with excitement. Devour for me. Rumble. The heaven-devouring demon master roared excitedly. A strange black demonic mist bloomed all over his body, crazily pouring into his hands, and began to devour Yi Xian's cultivation. Huh! But in the next moment, the heaven-devouring demon master was stunned. Although he could feel the vast and infinite cultivation in Yi Xian's body, he couldn't devour it at all. You're really an idiot. You dare to have ideas about me with a mere devouring technique? Suddenly, Yi Xian's voice sounded. He looked at the heaven-devouring demon master indifferently, and a misty halo flowed around his body, making him look deep and terrifying to the extreme. Impossible. The heaven-devouring demon master was shocked and trembled as he roared. One had to know that he had fused with the tribulation transcender technique and had already raised his devouring technique to a whole new level. He was confident that he could devour anyone's cultivation, but how could Yi Xian be fine? You want to devour my cultivation? You're still far from it. Today, I'll let you see what the eternal heaven-devouring technique is. Roar. Like an ancient beast roaring and devouring the universe, Yi Xian's entire body shone with an extremely terrifying black light, and an aura that could devour the world rippled out. Chapter 1753. Rumble. The devouring technique, which had never been seen before, blossomed from Yi Xian's body. The heaven-devouring demon master instantly suffered a great calamity. Ah! My cultivation! Something extremely terrifying happened. The heaven-devouring demon master screamed in horror. His body gradually shriveled up and the cultivation in his body surged towards Yi Xian. No matter how hard he tried to activate the heaven-devouring demonic technique, he couldn't resist Yi Xian's devouring technique. What kind of joke was this? Devouring Yi Xian's cultivation. This was the biggest joke in the world. The heaven-devouring demon master's plan was great. However, he would never have thought that Yi Xian had been immersed in the great dream of eternity for more than 700 million years. Not only did he improve his cultivation, but he also had various terrifying techniques. Great dream of eternity, reincarnation, turning into another person and deducing various techniques. It was unknown how many people Yi Xian had transformed into in the great dream of eternity, and he had even deduced their various techniques. The heaven-devouring demon master was naturally one of them. Yi Xian had even deduced the devouring technique to an extremely terrifying level. How could the heaven-devouring demon master imagine it? Save me quickly. The heaven-devouring demon master was really anxious. His cultivation was rapidly depleting. If he allowed Yi Xian to continue devouring, he would really turn into a mummy. His blood, qi, and soul would be sucked dry by Yi Xian. Yi Daoyu, stop. Boom. Suddenly, a chaotic giant palm attacked. It was the Master of Chaos who had been watching the battle. He finally couldn't sit still anymore. Bang! Yi Xian frowned and turned his hand to face the attack of the Master of Chaos. It was also this attack that saved the heaven-devouring demon master's life and interrupted Yi Xian's devouring technique. Chi! In the next moment, the heaven-devouring demon master instantly retreated and pulled a safe distance away from Yi Xian. However, his entire body became thinner. More than 30% of his cultivation had been absorbed by Yi Xian. Who? The heaven-devouring demon master panted heavily in horror. He stared at Yi Xian in horror, a look of fear that had never been seen before in his eyes. A little. Just a little more. If the Master of Primal Chaos hadn't saved him, he would have died at the hands of Yi Xian if Yi Xian had continued devouring him. Hun Dun, do you want to die? Yi Xian's face was extremely cold. Extremely dense killing intent erupted from him as he stared at the Master of Chaos with an extremely cold gaze. Yi Dao Yu, where it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. Why must you go on a killing spree? The Master of Primal Chaos asked coldly. Actually, it was not that the Master of Chaos wanted to save the heaven-devouring demon master, but he could not allow Yi Xian to continue devouring. If Yi Xian really succeeded in devouring the heaven-devouring demon master, wouldn't his cultivation level be even more terrifying? Yi Xian. Rumble. Suddenly, just when the atmosphere was tense to the extreme, an extremely resentful and furious roar resounded, and it was accompanied by a world-shaking murderous aura. Pfft. In the next moment, the Master of Fate soared into the sky. His entire body was a mess of flesh and blood. The only thing that remained was a pair of ferocious scarlet eyes. In this short period of time, the Master of Fate had finally broken free from Yi Xian's suppression. At this moment, a terrifying power of fate emanated from his body, accompanied by an extremely venomous killing intent. Fellow Taoists, if we don't kill Yi Xian, we won't be able to escape death. Today, we must join forces to kill him. The heaven-devouring demon master roared maliciously. After experiencing the earlier scene, the heaven-devouring demon master knew that he was definitely no match for Yi Xian. Right now, the only way to kill Yi Xian was to gather all the utmost powerful beings together. Hun Dun, help me. The Master of Fate had long lost his human form. At this moment, he was roaring out venomously. The only thing in his heart was killing intent towards Yi Xian. At the same time, he was asking for help from the Master of Chaos. Yi Xian, you've gone overboard. Today, your master has no choice but to let you down. Rumble. The face of the Master of Chaos was solemn. He had already made up his mind. Strolling over to the side of the Master of Fate, the three of them stood side by side as they looked at Yi Xian. Clearly, the three of them were prepared to join forces. After all, none of them would be a match for Yi Xian. Only by joining forces could they kill Yi Xian. Hui. Yi Xian laughed out. However, it was a cruel laugh. The way he looked at the three of them was even more venomous. With just the three of you, I'm afraid you guys are still lacking. Rumble. The 12 heavenly gates rotated horribly as the heaven burial reincarnation swept across the void. Yi Xian released a might that was as boundless as the heavens, causing the entire world to tremble. What are you guys waiting for? Are you waiting for him to kill us one by one? The Master of Fate roared at the other utmost beings. Clearly, he wanted to incite them to join forces to kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian and I have a deep friendship. Your Master of Fate will not help either of us. The Master of Time and Space took 3 steps back and made his stance clear. Your Master of Fate and Yi Xian have no grudges. Your Master of Fate does not wish to get involved in your grudges. The Master of all Spirits retreated at the same time. Even though the Master of all Spirits and Yi Xian had fought before, there was no grudge between the two of them. Therefore, there was no need for him to help anyone. Master of all spirits, remember your choice today. Don't regret it. The Master of Fate roared with hatred. However, there was nothing he could do. Destruction. The Master of Heaven-devouring demon turned his head and looked at the Master of Destruction. After all, having one more utmost being would increase their chances of victory. At this moment, the Master of Destruction frowned as a look of hesitation flashed across his eyes. He then looked at Yi Xian and said, I just want to ask you one thing. Back then, was Yi Xiaoyu your incarnation? That's right. Yi Xian nodded his head slowly. There was nothing he couldn't admit to. This caused the Master of Destruction to have a complicated look on his face. He then let out a long sigh and retreated slowly. Destruction, you. The Master of Heaven-devouring demon was stunned speechless. He had not expected that even the Master of Destruction would choose to stand aside and watch. Undying, things have already come to this. Are you still not going to make a move? All of a sudden, the Master of Chaos looked over at the void. This caused everyone present to be startled. Shing! The void rippled as ripples spread out. A man wearing a ghost face mask appeared. His entire body was emanating a terrifying power of destruction. However, no one could make out his appearance clearly. Yi Xian shall die. Hoarse and deep, these were the short words of the ghost face man. He came before the Master of Chaos silently. This caused the Master of Fate and Heaven-devouring demon to be invigorated. Undying Heaven Master. With the appearance of the ghost face man, Yi Xian looked at him calmly. In fact, he had long sensed the other party's existence. It was just that he had not exposed him. At this moment, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and sized up the Undying Heaven Master. He wanted to know if this person was the Undying Heaven Master of the past. It wasn't him. With just a glance, Yi Xian was able to determine that the grimace man in front of him wasn't the Undying Heaven Lord from back then. However, Yi Xian actually felt a sense of familiarity with this ghost face man. Although this feeling was very faint, Yi Xian did feel a sense of familiarity. Who is he? A question appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian was very confident in his intuition. He definitely knew this person. However, at this moment, he was in the middle of a battle and did not have the time to think about this person's identity. However, this person had come together with the Master of Chaos and the others. He had even said that he wanted to kill him. Yi Xian naturally could not let this person go. Chapter 1754. The four most powerful beings had been there since ancient times. Among them were Hundun and Destiny. This was undoubtedly the most powerful battle below the Forbidden Realm. Even Yi Xian had to treat it seriously. You want to bully me with numbers? You must be dreaming. Boom! The Extreme Love Master stepped out and stood beside Yi Xian. At a time like this, she naturally couldn't let Yi Xian fight alone. Do you really think there's no one here? Yi Xuanma mocked coldly. He also stood beside Yi Xian. He naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to get on Yi Xian's good side. The four most powerful beings didn't find it strange that Yi Xuanma and the Extreme Love Master were fighting against Yi Xian. They had already expected this result. 3 against 4 seemed very different, but Yi Xian didn't need to fear the four most powerful beings. Now that Yi Xuanma and the Extreme Love Master had joined the battle, he was even more confident of victory. Yi Xian, do you really think you've won? The Destiny Master had already repaired his damaged body. He stared at Yi Xian with his red eyes and spoke coldly. Feng Tian, are you still not coming out? Suddenly, the Master of Destiny let out a wild roar. His voice tore through the void and reverberated for hundreds of millions of kilometers. Yi Xian frowned slightly, but his expression didn't change much. However, Yi Xuanma beside him was shocked. His eyes flashed with fear. Rumble. Suddenly, two figures appeared from the horizon. It was Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling. They were accompanied by two powerful beings. Hiss. As Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling arrived, Yi Xuanma sucked in a breath of cold air. How could he have forgotten about these two hidden dangers? If these two joined the battle, it would be a 6-against-3 situation. This battle would be a life-and-death situation. Fengtian, you've come at the right time. As long as we eliminate Yi Xian today, the living beings of the 5 regions of chaos will be spared from the great calamity. He is the source of the dark turmoil, and the beginning of the great calamity of eternity, the Master of Destiny said loudly. Even though Yi Xian had imprisoned Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling in the supreme demonic heavenly palace, they were the strongest of all time. If they really wanted to leave, no one could stop them. Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling were naturally paying attention to this battle. Yi Fengtian hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he still brought Wan Hongling out. Disciple greets master. Yi Fengtian was still respectful and courteous. When he arrived at the battlefield, he first bowed to Yi Xian. Wan Hongling didn't dare to slight Yi Xian as well. Junior brother, are you going to betray master? Yi Xuanma's eyes flickered. I don't dare. Yi Fengtian bowed to Yi Xian and said, Master, I have thought for a long time about what the Tao of life is. In the end, I have achieved great enlightenment. Oh. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, what have you realized? People are born, grow old, get sick, and die. Every living being has their own life from the moment they are born to the moment they die. Although I have comprehended the great Tao of life, I have taken a fork in the road and have been confused by fate. Over the past few days, I have finally come to my senses. Yi Fengtian knelt in the void. He respectfully kowtowed to Yi Xian 3 times. Wan Hongling also knelt down. She also looked guilty. Everything is from birth to death. Cultivators fight against the heavens. This is the Tao of life. At this moment, Yi Xian was blooming with light. It was a light of enlightenment. The knot in his heart was finally untied. Good. Yi Xian smiled and nodded his head in satisfaction. He didn't think that Yi Fengtian would understand so quickly. In fact, Yi Xian had always had high hopes for Yi Fengtian. After all, Yi Xian had inherited most of his skills. Yi Fengtian was able to walk his own path. This meant that Yi Xian didn't misjudge him. Most importantly, Yi Fengtian was simple and honest. He had never disobeyed Yi Xian. This was also why Yi Xian valued Yi Xian. Take Yi Xian and Yi Fengtian as an example. Yi Xian was cunning and could only be intimidated by high-handed means. When you were in power, he would wag his tail like a dog. When you were in power, he would definitely hit you when you were down. To put it bluntly, Yi Xian was a treacherous villain. Yi Fengtian was a gentleman. This was also the reason why Yi Xian had a different attitude towards the two of them. It was also one of his methods of controlling people. Although Yi Xian was despicable and treacherous, as long as Yi Xian was strong enough, he wouldn't dare to disobey him. Under Yi Xian's high-handed means, Yi Xian could only submit. On the other hand, Yi Fengtian was different. He had his own ideals and would rather die than submit. Therefore, Yi Xian's attitude towards the two of them was completely different. Yi Xian was already extremely proficient in controlling people. Previously, I and Hongling disobeyed you, master. Please forgive us. Yi Fengtian kowtowed to Yi Xian again. His eyes were filled with shame. Stand up. Yi Xian nodded slowly. Greetings, master's wife. Greetings, senior brother. Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling stood up and bowed to the master of extreme love and Yi Xian. This made the master of extreme love smile happily. Senior brother, I was disrespectful before. Please forgive me, Yi Fengtian said. Ha ha ha, you and I are brothers. There's no need to say so much about a small misunderstanding. In the future, you and I should be filial to master together. Yi Xian was startled at first. Then, he laughed and showed a friendly expression. However, this friendliness was a bit fake. On the surface, it looked like they were brothers who respected each other. Yi Fengtian, have you forgotten your mission? The Master of Fate's face was extremely cold. He never thought that Yi Fengtian would reconcile with Yi Xian. Destiny, you don't need to confuse me. I have thought about a lot of things these days. Your so-called path of life is just a reflection of the moon in the water. Back then, I received Master's inheritance and was able to cultivate quickly. The Calamity Transcender technique also helped a lot. I don't know how many people I devoured, but I also took their lives, Yi Fengtian said calmly. Yi Fengtian said indifferently. He looked at the Master of Fate with an extremely cold gaze. For a full 10,000 years, he'd been thinking about the Tao of life every day. After hearing what Yi Xian said to him, he'd already truly understood himself. What was life? Life was one's own, not someone else's. Everyone lived for their own life. Even Yi Xian was no exception. If he didn't kill and fight back then and relied on the Calamity Transcender technique to devour the cultivation of others to strengthen himself, he wouldn't have become the strongest person he was today. Good, good, good. The relationship between master and disciple is indeed deep, the Master of Fate said coldly. He didn't expect Yi Fengtian to stand on Yi Xian's side. Humph, you want to kill our master? I'm afraid today will be the day you die. Wan Hongling stepped forward. The power of karma intertwined and a terrifying aura bloomed. Fengtian is not talented, but I am willing to ask the four of you for advice. Yi Fengtian stepped forward. The power of life filled the sky. The terrifying cultivation of a Tao master of the current era erupted. His entire person seemed to be in harmony with the universe. Today, you won't be able to leave. Boom. Yi Xian smiled cruelly. Tongtian's extreme demonic power pierced the ground. The supreme demonic power rolled like a tide, accompanied by a sky-piercing evil aura. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.